Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Kowloon Cricket Club for this MCC outmatch. Aaron Bush with you. It is MCC 11 versus a Hong Kong 11 today, live from KCC. So different team that played the first outmatch ever in Asia on Friday. That was the Kowloon Cricket Club 11. This one's a Hong Kong 11, a mixture of players from around the Hong Kong leagues. KCC players, Hong Kong Cricket Club players out there, Hong Kong Dragons players. You can tell them with the blue caps on right at the top of screen. Jason Loy, captain of the CHK Dragons, wearing his baggy blue, which signifies he's had at least 50 games for the Dragons. Jay Davidson from Kowloon Cricket Club. He has ball in hand. Oh, there's Hong Kong China women's captain Kerry Chan walking across. She's in the Hong Kong 11 today. Umpires signalling to the scorers, ready to get underway. Same opening batters today for MCC. It is Warren Miller on strike. Simon Philbrook at the non-striker's end. Here we go, Jay Davidson. And runs off the bat to begin with, straight away. Chappell does the fielding. Simon Philbrook on strike now. Brave man, batting out there, no hat, no helmet to Jay Davidson. One of the quickest bowlers in Hong Kong. It's a very warm day, so he might be just dialing it back a little bit to start with. It's even warmer than it was on the Friday match. Already 28 degrees out there. And more humid today. Watches it onto the bat easily there. Using the red Kookaburra balls today. Again, 4-piece, nice and hard balls. Saw some big hitting in game one against KCC from MCC. Down the order, Tom Ingram and Jack Matten smashing a 79-run partnership in 30 balls. Tom Ingram not playing today though. He's got a final in the domestic league in Hong Kong today, so a couple changes to the MCC lineup. Also Tom Hicks unavailable. So coming into the side, just the 11 players today. Samir Karel will join the MCC side. 2 slips in place. Simon. Well, that one might have got onto the glove of Philbrook. Bit of an ouchie. One ball remaining in the first, just the single so far. Onto the pads, going down leg, no run. That does end the first over. MCC 11, 1 for no loss. Run through the MCC team today, out in the middle. Coming in from Thailand, Simon Philbrook. He's the one without the hat or helmet on. With the helmet on, Warren Miller from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Also got Chris Carter, Nigel Shroff, Adam Caddy coming in from London. Jeremy O'Neill from Singapore, Ryan Driver from Thailand, Jack Maiden from Singapore, Dan Pascoe, Ash Caddy, and as we mentioned, Samir coming into the side. Roy Lamsam with the ball from the bowling club end. He bowled 3 maidens to begin with in game one. was playing for KCC that day. Today he's playing for Hong Kong 11. See Jason Loy with the number 3 gloves on today for Hong Kong. Getting good shape away again. That's how he started the bowling on Friday. Just moving it away. Friday for KCC, the captain was Wakas Barkat from KCC. He got it to nip around. He was bowling medium paces. Go back and watch that game if you want to see Wakas. Oh, gets through. And he walks the first wicket. Roy gets a wicket with his second ball. Caught behind. A good diving catch there from Jason Loy. And Miller is out for 1. MCC 1 for 1. Goes the full-blooded drive this time. Miller slashing it outside off. Gets the toe of the bat. Knows immediately. Walks. Early wicket for Hong Kong. And that will bring Chris Carter to the crease at number 3. Hong Kong 11 today. Siegfried Wei playing for Hong Kong Cricket Club now. Used to be a CHK Dragon. Jason Loy, the captain of the Dragons. As you can see, took the catch there on screen. Jay Davidson, who opened the bowling. Arthur Chew from CHK Dragons. Addy Lee from Hong Kong Cricket Club. The captain today from Kowloon Cricket Club, Jamie Atkinson. Roy Lamsam with ball in hand, Farouk Saeed. Hong Kong China women's captain, Carrie Chan. Matt Chappell, Dash Vora and Rishi Bhattani, all from KCC. So that's the playing 12 today. All will bat or bowl most likely for the Hong Kong 11. Roy continuing. Now to Chris Carter. Oh, that's not Carter out in the middle actually. Get confirmation on who it is. Apologies, it's Jeremy O'Neill out there in the middle. And he gets down, drives that one well, races away down to the training nets. Off the mark with the boundary for O'Neill. Another one. Outside off, shaping away, but fuller this time. Roy puts his hand up. Back live. Shoulders, arms on this one, O'Neill. Jeremy O'Neill coming in from Singapore. No runs on Friday for Jeremy, but starting with the boundary already. Tidy over, wicket 1 for the Hong Kong side, but also a nice boundary for MCC. After 2, they're 5 for 1. Jay Davidson continuing from the pavilion end. Phil Brook on strike. That one cut away a long way. Phil Brook trying to guide it over the top of gully or point. The captain, Jamie Atkinson, in first slip, just moving his field around. Fine leg going squarer down on the ropes. That one doesn't shape away, goes straight through. Gets a nod from Simon. Appreciated that ball. Good bat on ball this time, drives hard, picks out Arthur Chew at mid-off though, no run. Long game again, so no rush for the MCC batters. First session of 75 minutes and then another one, a bit over an hour, about 70 minutes. Then it'll be the lunch break. We also take a tea break. It's all very civilised when games against the home of cricket, that is MCC. Philbrook is tempted to go after that one. Decides better of it. Two balls remaining in the third. Fuller hit hard to extra cover, no run though. Farouk Saeed there. Played in the Kowloon Cricket Club 11 on Friday, now in the Hong Kong 11. Handful of players out there that are playing both games, including Matt Chappell, Roy Lamsam, bowling from the bowling club end. He's at second slip on screen. Farouk Saeed. That's hit hard, hit well. That's going to go. It's not going to go all the way. Looks like Arthur will cut that one off just down on the ropes at extra cover. They'll come back for a comfortable 2, and that's the first runs off the bat for Simon Philbrook today. 3 overs done. MCC 7 for 1. Lamsam to continue full. Driven beautifully by Miller. Races to the boundary. It's O'Neill, I should say. Sorry, Miller back in the sheds, of course. Last over from Lamsam. O'Neill. He's got 8 runs and both of them in boundaries. Not a bad ball. Roy was hoping for perhaps a lofted one. Take extra cover. Oh, swung away too much to get bat on that one. Jason Loy taking the ball at first slip. It's red kookaburra. Lots of movement. Lots of shape. Nice hard pitch combined with a nice hard ball. We were seeing swing and cutting back in well into the game, yes, on Friday. It's fun to see the red ball back being played in Hong Kong. A rarity these days. And drives hard again. Can't get past mid-off Arthur Chew. Ball magnet on him at the moment. There he is, top of screen. Knew that one was coming at quite the pace. Had to get the body behind it as it bobbled off the turf pitch area. Did well, saved a boundary. That one's cut away, gets through the gap through gully, races away down to the ropes for 4. Another boundary to O'Neill. 12 runs, 3 fours. It's a hot, sticky day in Hong Kong, so the big long game today. Best option, of course. Just hit boundaries, save the feet. And again, he's beat the field. That's going to be another boundary to finish off the over. 3 fours coming from the 4th. MCC 19 for 1. Jeremy O'Neill lives in Singapore, so obviously the weather's not going to bother him too much. It's very Singapore-like today. And after a duck on Friday, he's making amends. Races to 16 with 4 fours to his name. Jay Davidson, he's going to bowl his 3rd over so far. Very tidy, just the 3 runs coming from it. Simon Philbrook on strike. Cuts that one into the body. Philbrook tries the offside. Not far away from the edge. Full, and he just eases that one to cover. Farouk does the fielding. Another dot. Oh, it's a no ball call there. Davidson overstepping. Playing the traditional rules. So no free hit or anything coming up. Just an extra in the books and have to re-bowl. And gets a full one. Again, on the down leg and a full one, wrapping on the pad, but a couple of stumps down leg side. No appeal. Current partnership going along nicely at 19 off 20 deliveries after that early wicket loss. Oh, there's an edge. It's gone to the second slip. It looks like Roy Lamsam's taken the catch, and the second wicket falls. Simon Philbrook goes for 2. MCC 20 for 2. Nice full one from Jay. Gets it shaping away. Falls into that gap between first and second slip. Roy moves across nicely to his left. Takes the catch. And MCC lose their second. Another wicket for the Hong Kong side. Hong Kong 11 today. A wicket from both ends. Sharing it around last game against MCC. KCC took most of their wickets from the bowling club end. But with Jay Davidson, always dangerous from the pavilion end here at KCC. He gets his first. Ryan Driver comes to the crease. We replace one Thailand-based MCC player with another. Ryan Driver, also from Bangkok, flying in. Fantastic to have these Asian-based MCC members and players come across for this outmatch. And also fantastic that both KCC and various players from around Hong Kong today willing to come out here and play the long format red ball game. Left-handed Ryan Driver pushing the field across. Jade got a few to stray down legs, so he might enjoy this angle across the left-hander. 2 balls remaining in the 5th. Jamie still making some changes, bringing Kerry Chan back up into a traditional mid-off for the left-hander. Now more shuffling. Chappell moves around to point. Kerry moves around to a wide-ish mid-off extra cover position. Jay Davidson ready to go. That one to jump up and nip back into the body of Driver. Well played. Defends. It's another dot. Davidson to Driver. Bounces it. This time he just dabs it to backward point. That tight offside field around from point to the keeper. Successful over for Hong Kong 11. MCC 20 for 2. Lamsam to continue from the bowling club end. Oh, beautiful shape away. O'Neill. He's hit 4 fours. All of them off the bowling of Lamsam. These two now in a bit of a battle. Lamsam looking for the edge. O'Neill looking for the boundary. And again, maybe a bit quicker this time. Seemed to get through O'Neill before he could complete the shot. This time bat on ball, but straight to point. Who's set back a little bit, so they'll get through for a single. The first non-boundary to O'Neill in his 17. And the left-right combination forces lots of field adjustments for Driver, looking to get off the mark. Oh, that's gone over the top of middle and off. That's what that stance from Roy was. Looked like he was making a love heart. Perhaps it was a love heart to that delivery, because it was an absolute peach, just clearing the top of middle and off. And again, pushing forward. He's coming through a bit quicker than... I didn't notice that it got through the keeper there. It was a good one until the camera started shaking, which meant the ball had run into the sight screen where the camera is attached to. So 4 byes, valuable runs. This time onto the leg side, but can't beat a wide square leg. A dot to finish with. 5 runs coming from the over. Only 1 off the bat though, and after 6, MCC 25 for 2. Good ball from Jay Davidson. Well played by O'Neill in the end, getting back behind pad as it shaped away. Davidson into his 4th over now. 1 for 4 off 3.1. Oh, that was an absolute peach from Davidson. Neil can only look on and shake the head at that one. Angled in, shaped in, and then cut away. Shorter this time from Davidson. Trying to pull it away through a vacant square leg region there, O'Neill, but again, might have been a little bit quick. It's cut nicely to point. Thought about a single as it bobbled off the knee, but no run available. It's all dots at the moment for Davidson in his 4th. That one angling onto the pad, thigh pad. Chappell comes around, leg by. One ball remaining in the 7th. Driver looking to get off the mark. He won't though, that's gone straight through. Might have even been an inside edge onto the stumps, but either way, the Kowloon Cricket Club stumps light up and the 3rd wicket falls for the MCC. Davidson has his 2nd. Driver out for a duck. MCC 26 for 3. Look on the replay here. Yeah, not entirely sure whether he got an inside edge onto the stumps or it just shaped straight back in. Either way, it was a good ball. And that will bring Nigel Shroff out to the middle for the MCC at number 5. Coming in a bit early. Early wickets falling. First game we saw a big century from Tom Ingram for MCC, but as we've mentioned earlier, he's away playing in the huge Sunday Elite Division 2 final up at Hong Kong Cricket Club against Kowloon Cricket Club Infidels. Winner of that game will go up to Sunday Div 1 next season. If you're tuning in Hong Kong and interested, we'll keep an eye on that game. Roy starting with another good one into the 8th over. Up the hill. It's the Wanderers versus the Infidels in that big final. Hong Kong Cricket Club Wanderers won the toss, elected to bat, and so far lost a couple of wickets early. 31 for 2 in the 9th with both openers Benjamin Zanol and Matt Rosley. Rossley out cheaply. Andrew Lloyd out in the middle with Jared Monkston. Wanderers 32 for 2 after 9. Back here, 3 early wickets for Hong Kong and the MCC. Looking to build a partnership. Captain of the Wanderers playing up there today. Played here on Friday. Scored a magnificent 126 not out. They could do with him right now. Slams some in again. Another one. Gets past Shroff this time. The first ball Shroff has faced today. Oh, that might have even gone inside the bat. It was so good and quick between pad and bat, was it? Watching the replay. Just maybe outside the bat. No edge. Good ball. Lamsam looking dangerous. And then Shroff gets a boundary. Siegfried Way at point there. That one's whipped away through square leg. They have Carrie Chan chasing it down. She can't get there. Ran a long way around from fine leg. Pushed straight through square leg.
Go again.
Back-to-back boundaries to finish off the 8th. Shroff moves to 8. These two out in the middle now have hit 6 fours between them. And after 8, MCC 35 for 3. Davidson into his 5th over. Might be the last one in his first spell. We shall see. Plenty of overs needed to be bowled. 5 overs is pretty hard, hot work. He's been bowling well. Racking up the dot balls again. Two balls remaining in the 9th. Squares O'Neill up there, cops it on the glove. Pace of Davidson means that one is another bit of an owie. Still trying to shake it off there. Batted well so far, O'Neill. 4 boundaries in his 18. And that's crunched hard. Can't beat Arthur Chew. That's a no ball as well. So 1+ on that one. And the last ball will need to be re-bowled. Overstepping. Over eager from Jay. Those tuning in around the world to this MCC outmatch. Jay's nickname here at Kowloon Cricket Club is the Namibian Nightmare. Opens the bowling for Kowloon Cricket Club Premier. Already got 2 wickets, as you can see. Noted wicket taker, the Namibian Nightmare. Shroff face the final delivery of the over. Oh, and that one's just about got the edge as well. End of the over. 2 runs coming from it. And after 9, MCC 37 for 3. Said it's hot conditions out there. O'Neill just heading off. Have a quick drink. Keep the fluids up. Lamsam's going to continue from the bowling club end into his 5th over. So far 1 for 26 off 4. Bowling options for the Hong Kong 11 today, apart from the 2 opening the bowling. Arthur Chew in the top 3 wicket takers for Sunday Elite Division 2 here in Hong Kong. Dash Vora, the young quick for KCC. And hopefully we'll get to see the masterful left arm leg spin, or wrist spin I should say, of Hong Kong China women's captain Kerry Chan later on as well. Roy continues though. Short extra cover position. Matt Chappell cuts that one off. O'Neill holds his pose, thinking about what could have been had it been a metre or so either side of Chappell. Farouk, I think, is actually there. I'll get it right. 3rd time's a charm. Jamie Atkinson. He's not sitting in slips anymore. He's in at short extra cover. Should explain why the fielding was so good. That one's not going to be fielded though. He goes over the top, all the way onto the training nets for a maximum. O'Neill, after 4 fours this time, goes all the way. Been having some fun off the bowling of Lamsam. All 4 fours coming off Roy's bowling, and this time goes over the top of the head of Jamie Atkinson. All the way down to the training nets, and it's currently stuck on top of them still. There'll be some delay as had to go the old school, try to bash it off the top of the nets. We have successfully done that. Now it's a matter of recovering it out of some rolls of matting. Quite the awkward position that one went. It was a beautiful 6. Just a beautiful cover drive. Ball recovered. Siegfried Y finds it eventually. Throws it back, and Roy will be picking up the ball shortly after it gets a little bit of a shine from Arthur. So on that offside, you got Arthur Chu at mid-off. Rishi Bhatani at a wide mid-off. And a short extra cover with Atkinson. Drives hard again. That's Rishi Bhatani this time into the action. Perfectly placed to stop the boundary. And they've pushed Siegfried back out onto the point boundary. 2 outside the circle. Not that there is a circle, but outside it. Another good ball this time from Roy. Backward square, Carrie Chan finding the pretty much only piece of shade out on the ground today, so she's got a nice spot. Still hot, fanning herself that position with her hat. This time eased onto the leg side. Roy does his own fielding after the maximum, getting some dot ball pressure going again. With 1 ball remaining in the 5th of his 5th over, the 10th. Still about half an hour away from the first drinks break, so there's going to be some thirsty lads and lasses out there today. Has him stretching outside the line of off, gets the dot, 10 done. MCC moved to 43 for 3, going at 4.3 and over. Run rate very handy. We're looking to get a score up over 200 again if they can. Still yet to see the big hitting Jack Madden. It was an impressive half century from him in the first game. Scored 54 off 17, I think, by memory. It was outrageous. That one straight down the leg side, but playing the old rules. It's only the don't get many of those games here in Hong Kong. We have 1 2-day game here at Kowloon Cricket Club or at HKCC as the 2 old foes battle it out. And there's another one at Christmas. It starts on Boxing Day, a 2-day game featuring Pakistan Association. We get the red ball games then and the red ball game rules. But apart from that, most of the time, anything down leg in Hong Kong called wide and no ball free hit. Players have to adjust to the new rules and commentator has to adjust as well. Nigel shouldering arms on that one. Thought Davidson might have had a rest, but no such luck for him. Bowling into his 6th over. Another overstep from Davidson. Smile on his face. This one, bat on ball, out to point. Siggy again doing the fielding. That one just past the leg stump and the pads of Shroff, so no run. Oh, it's an early start for listeners around the world. I believe we had listeners tuning in from the Isle of Jersey, and also from South Africa. Early start for both of those fans and friends of the MCC players. If you are up early and joining us, glad to have you along. Oh, inside edges it a through square leg. Might go all the way. Young Rishi Patani does come around, cut it off. 2 runs to Shroff. One ball remaining in the 11th. As MCC creep towards the half-century mark. This partnership up to 20 now. Still 2 slips and a gully in for Davidson. Leaves that one well alone, does Nigel. Dot to end with. 11 done. 3 runs coming from the over as MCC up 46 for 3. Looks like we're going to have a change in bowling from the bowling club end, and it is Hong Kong China captain. The women's team, Carrie Chan coming in, also playing for Craigengower Cricket Club Premier in the T20 Premier League. Not captain of that team, just the captain of the national team, the international team for Hong Kong China. They've got some tours coming up soon, June I think. They might be heading off to the Netherlands, which will be a great tour for them. Also some All-Stars action coming in May for both men's and women's. Be left arm, if the first time you've seen Carrie Chan bowl. Should be a good little battle. Takes a lot of wickets. Different deliveries around the wicket with the left. And first one, outside off. Very unlikely Jeremy O'Neill has ever faced Carrie Chan, so he'll want some sighters. Goes the reverse, and a lovely reverse. Outside off, decides reverses it, is the way to go, and down the boundary for 4. There's the floater one from Carrie as a comeback ball. Floats in, not sure where it's going to drift. It's a good delivery and regularly gets wickets. Shorter one this time, so that's been dispatched. It's just a matter of how far. Atkinson trying to chase it down. He cannot. And another boundary to O'Neill. How many boundaries has he got now? 6 4s, 1 6. Drag that one down, Carrie, so got the treatment. Resets. Goes the floater, goes the reverse. Is getting bad on that one. Umpire Vasher says no. Tried to go the reverse and almost paddled it straight to Jason Loy with the gloves on. Absolutely no way we could tell anything from that angle, but it looks like it might have come off his shoulder. This one's driven. Rishi Bhutani into the action. Does good fielding. Single to finish off the over. 9 coming from it. The boundary's bringing up MCC's 50. They're now 55 for 3 after 12. We'll see a change in bowling also from the pavilion end. Cricket Hong Kong Dragons player Arthur Chu into the attack. Also plays for KCC. You can see him wearing a KCC uniform today. Playing for the Saracens. And played yesterday in the Saturday Cup and had a win for the Kowloon Cricket Club Saracens. Arthur Chu with the headband on. Jeremy O'Neill on strike. Partnership of 29 now with Nigel Shroff. First one just strays down leg. Tries to whip it away but can't get bat on it. There's a gap between a forward square leg and Rishi at that 45 degree. The scoreboards on the leg side. Down to those training nets where he smashed a 6 from the other end. Arthur in again. Full toss this time and gets hit straight back over the top of Kerry Chan's head into the nettings. Just waiting for confirmation for the maximum. Second 6 to O'Neill and he moves to 40 off 40. Bit full there from Arthur, so O'Neill onto it quickly. This one's not short. It's chopped away behind point. Work to do. Siegfried White comes around, picks it up. They're going to push for 2 on the arm of Siggy. They do get back safely. And O'Neill now going at more than a runner ball. There's the beautiful KCC members restaurant and outdoor dining area. Gets peppered with cricket balls a fair bit. And full toss again. This time it's straight to Kerry Chan. So no boundary, just the single. Rotate the strike to Shroff. Been a bit of a spectator in the partnership for the last little bit. The partnership's moved up to 38. Only faced 12 deliveries, Shroff, for his 10. He's got 2 boundaries in that 10. Guides that one through third slip. He's not going to get to the boundary, is it? It's racing the hard red ball. Just pulls up inside the ropes. Addy Lee doing the fielding. Come back for 3. Nigel was dawdling. Attempting to run him out after getting a 3. Final delivery, the 13th coming up. Hit hard. Again, won't beat Kerry Chan. They're not even going to take the single this time. Wise decision. Good arm. Dot to finish with. Another good over for MCC. 12 coming from it. And they've moved to 67 for 3 after 13. Kerry Chan to continue from the bowling club end. Captain Jamie Atkinson, who just ducked off screen to the top left, is floating. Drop back at mid-on. Shroff just drops it on his leg side. Chappell with some acrobatics picks it up. They still get through for a single. Shroff happy to rotate the strike back to Jeremy O'Neill, who's pushing on towards his half century and a runner ball. That's the very good ball from Kerry Chan, where she just floats it up, takes the pace off, loops it, drifts in. Plenty of times to get through the gate or finds an edge. Going to see any more reverses? Yes, we are. He tries it. Half-hearted appeal for LBW, but not happening. Outside the line. Jay Davidson in that first slip, a bit wide in case the reverse comes into his lap, but this time decides it's better to just watch that one, O'Neill. Take the dot. It's gone after 11 a.m. here in Hong Kong. Heading towards the first drinks break. Stands up, punches hard. Rishi Bhutani, can he get down to it? He can, but it slips through a little bit, but does prevent a boundary. Jamie Atkinson comes round to help out. There he is, top of screen. Good diving effort from the youngster. Saw Rishi's mum here earlier. Rishi plays with his brother. He's only a year difference, so they're both in the under-15 side for Kowloon. Well, and that's the end of a very tidy over from Kerry Chandis. The two singles coming from it, and after 14, MCC 69 for 3. Arthur Tudor continuing from the pavilion end. He's bowled a no ball now. Overstep. So no ball plus 1. No ball plus 1 brings Nigel Shroff back on strike. He's on 14. Cut off nicely. It's Roy Lamsam there. And get through for a single. Cuts in the air, over the top of the field. Work to do for Chan. She gets down, flicks it back. Oh, that was some good fielding. Get back for a comfortable 2. Another no ball, and it's going to be a no ball 4 as that's crunched hard and straight. And that brings up O'Neill's 50. 51 off 50 deliveries, 7 fours, 2 sixes. What a way to bring up your 50. Out of the middle, crunch straight back over the bowler's head. Short boundary, 4 runs. Back live. He drives straight again, but Chan has straightened up and she picks up and keeps it to a dot. The 4 not only brought up the 50 for O'Neill, but brought up the 50 partnership between these two. 53 now. And that one's been hit over the top of deep mid-wicket's head. Right up. Almost into the park outside the ground. Watch out, children. The kids' playground up there, but that one's staying inside with a big fence. O'Neill. Will he be the century maker for MCC today? Following in Tom Ingram's footsteps from Friday. That's just beautifully played. See Farouk Saeed waiting for that catch down there on the ropes, but all he could do was be a spectator as it flew over his head. Another good over for MCC 16 coming from that one. After 15, MCC are 85 for 3. Check in at the Sunday Elite Division 2 final being played here in Hong Kong as well, up at Hong Kong Cricket Club between the Wanderers and KCC Infidels. Wanderers winning the toss, electing to bat. They're 73 for 3. They've lost another wicket, but putting on good runs as well. The wicket of Jarrett Monkston was the 3rd wicket to fall. Plenty of players here very interested, playing in both Sunday Elite Division 1 and Division 2 to see which team is going to come join them or stay down, depending on who wins and who loses. Big appeal for LBW. No interest from umpire Sharoi Vasha. Only got the back angle awfully close. Maybe outside off. Shorter this time, tries to whip it hard and work to do. That's been timed beautifully, in fact. Wasn't far away from the fielder, but makes it to the ropes with ease. Nigel Shroff moving up to 19 now with his 3rd boundary. Was not far away from Farouk Saeed this one. He's just timed it so well. A good comeback delivery from Chan. Gets another dot. 1 ball remaining in the 16th. And another dot. Pretty tidy over again. Chan, just the 4 runs coming from it. 16 done. MCC 89 for 3. Change in bowling from the pavilion end. Matt Chappell takes off the hat. Danger end for the slower bowlers this one. Far shorter boundary Chappell will need to be right on the money with his right arm wrist spin. Because Neil is in a mood, 57 off 53. They've pushed. Well, Atkinson's pushed himself back to long on, as far back as he can go, but it's not that far. That's a bit short. It almost carries to Roy Lamsam on the hop. Unlucky not to get a wicket with his first ball, Chappell. He's only half a metre away or so from carrying. Shorter this time, gives O'Neill some time to look at it, but this hits it straight back to Chappell. Starting with good dots. Deep square leg, deep point, and that long on the ropes. Also one at cow corner. Arthur Chew, the man that Chappell's replaced with ball in hand down there. Gets it around the corner, and a short leg of Rishi Bhutani picks up. And get through for the single, bringing Shroff on strike on 19. 64-run partnership now as MCC head towards the three-figure mark. They're bringing deep point in. Siegfried Way going inside. Well, I keep saying inside the circle. There isn't a circle, but pretend there is, and he's inside it. Very good ball, gets bat on it. Got through, hit the pads. Be a very good LBW shout. Jay Davidson had slipped, looking for an edge. Keeping up with the tidy bowling, Matt Chappell from the pavilion end. Nigel Shroff playing for MCC today. He's also the Kowloon Cricket Club captain of cricket. So he's got dual hats on, but he's playing for MCC with a KCC helmet on. Floats it right up onto the toes, just pushes it ever so much onto the leg side. Addy Lee picks up, and very tidy over to start with from Chappell. Just the one single coming from it. And after 17, MCC 90 for 3. We'll get one more over in, I'd expect, before the drinks break. They both, Matt Chappell and Kerry Chan, bowl very fast overs. Always the possibility they sneak in an extra, but after the 18th should be the designated drinks break. Kerry Chan to continue into her 4th over. So far 3 overs, none for 15. Doesn't carry to Jamie Atkinson, who was waiting for that one. They get through for a single. Shroff back on strike. It's going on along at a handy clip as well. 19 off 26, but nowhere near O'Neill's over a runner ball. Say Nigel Shroff will be happy just to dot out the rest of the over from Kerry Chan, not lose another wicket into the drinks break. Very handy partnership of 65. Does get a bit of a leading edge. One bounce, gets through, slips, so they'll get through for the single as Arthur Chew comes around from backward point to pick that one up. 3 balls remaining. O'Neill back on strike. We saw his intent off the first delivery of this over. Almost carried to Jamie Atkinson. And this time he decides, watch full. Can I get a run through point? Cannot. Short and fast. We deserve to He smashed through backward square or something, but gets away with that one, Carey, mixing them up. Oh, we might still get another over in at this rate. Told you it was a quick over. And what's the umpires deciding on this one? Looks like we are going to go for drinks. First session done of this MCC outmatch. The second one ever played in Asia. It is MCC 11 playing Hong Kong 11. There's the batting card after winning the toss and electing to bat. MCC losing 3 wickets cheaply, but a huge partnership at the moment. 66 off 70 between Jeremy O'Neill coming in from Thailand and he's from Singapore actually, I think, and Nigel Shroff. What a partnership. Have a look at the bowling cards. The Hong Kong 11 using 5 bowlers so far. 2 wickets to the Namibian nightmare that is Jay Davidson and 1 wicket to Roy Lamsum. We'll take the drinks break. Join us on the other side here live from Kowloon Cricket Club. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this historic match between MCC 11 and Hong Kong 11. Aaron Bush with you. Drinks break. The first one almost done. Matt Chappell for Hong Kong. The ball in hand and a handy partnership you can see on screen between these two. Jeremy O'Neill coming in from Singapore to play for MCC. And Kowloon Cricket Club's captain of cricket, Nigel Shroff, who is on strike. Partnership of 66 so far. Just waiting for the scorers, and then we'll be ready to get underway. Matt Chappell, very tidy first over, just the one single coming from it. Punched off the toes. Atkinson in very, very quick. Good fielding, but can't prevent the single. One slip in place. Time O'Neill lets it drift on through outside off for a dot. Paddles it to Addy Lee at short mid wicket. No run again. And that's got some bottom hand on it, but it goes wide of Addy Lee in that short mid-wicket position. Arthur Chew sweeping down at cow corner. Collects, they'll get through for a single. 2 balls remaining in the 19th. There's Arthur Chew down there near the KCC old logo. Our old commentary position. He's getting moved around a little bit. Shroff ready now as Chappell gives him another nice floating delivery. And another good one, just the 2 singles coming from Chappell's second, and after 19, MCC are 94 for 3, going at a run rate of just a tick under 5. So it's hot, hard work out there today. Already 30.3 degrees here in Jordan. 69% humidity. Not supposed to get much cooler before this game ends either. Kerry Chan to continue from the bowling club end. It's a little expensive in her first over, but has fought back well in the next 3. This is her 5th over now. 4 overs, none for 17. There's a big appeal from behind the stumps. Kerry obviously not that interested because she was late to the appeal. Did ask the question. The question was denied. They'll get through for a single. Rishi Bhutani on screen there, coming in a long way from a floating longish off. Jamie Atkinson, similar position on the leg side. Shroff on strike. Drops the bottom hand off there to keep it along the ground. Racking up the dot balls now, Chan. Found her rhythm. The Hong Kong China women's captain playing for the Hong Kong 11 today. There's some room outside off. Sweeper, Farouk Saeed keeps it to a single. Just the second time MCC has had an outmatch in Asia, and the first one was here at Kowloon Cricket Club on Friday. So very historic matches against the home of cricket. And yes, another tidy over from Carrie Chan, 2 runs coming from it, and after 20, MCC 96 for 3. If you're watching this game and also interested in that Sunday Elite Division 2 final up at Hong Kong Cricket Club, the Wanderers have lost another wicket. They're 98 for 4. Lloyd out for a very handy 59 off 51. So the top 4 now back in the sheds. Rory Keynes and Maran Zeb out at the crease now. The Wanderers try to put on a big score considering they won the toss, elected to bat. The bowlers for Infidels doing pretty well. Back here live. Matt Chappell to continue. Floats one onto the pads. Atkinson again in very quickly. This time pressure onto O'Neill. That's come off the bat, I think. So they're not going to run for any overthrows as the spirit of cricket comes in. Took a deflection, so happy with the single. These MCC games, both of them so far, seen plenty of spirited cricket. Batters walking, they get the edge. It's great to see. I might have stayed a little low there on O'Neill. Manages to scoop it out. Schroff back on strike. And another one that perhaps stayed a little low, just used the wrists there, Schroff, to guide it through gully. 6 feet away doing the fielding. Siggy used to play at CHK Dragons, now plays for Hong Kong Cricket Club. He's got the HKCC shirt on today. He drops back out towards our commentary position. Winds up to drive hard, beats 1, beats 2, gets through Chappell, gets through mid-off into the short boundary. Brings up another boundary. Jeremy O'Neill now with 8 fours. And that's the 100 up for the MCC 11. Just a bad bubble there, and there was another bad bubble to Carrie Chan at mid-off. This time tries to beat. Well, there's no mid-on in place as Atkinson's pushed back, so he rockets the throw in again. Good runs coming this over for MCC. It's been tough to get away Matt Chappell or Carrie Chan of late, but a boundary breaks the pressure. Waits on it. Can't beat Roy Lamsam. And extra cover. So dot to finish with. 8 runs coming from the 21st. MCC bring up the 3 figures. They're now 104 for 3. Gary Chad continuing from the bowling club end. A replay tries the reverse again. Hit outside the line. No reverse this time, but it's in the air just wide of Matt Chappell. Short mid-wicket. Again, it's Jamie Atkinson in the action. It's going to be a hot, tired boy by the end of this, Jamie. Running end to end. And that longish mid-on. Plus also the ball keeps coming his way. Shroff back on strike. He waits on this one. Punches it out to Farouk Saeed, waiting. Waiting out there down at deep cover. They got a deep forward square leg with Siegfried White for anyone trying to loft it towards our commentary position in the swimming pool pavilion. Pitch well across away from the swimming pool, so we haven't seen too many head our way. The other side has been peppered with sixes. That one's a stand-up straight hit to Rishi Bhutani, who takes it well. Comes on screen, as I said, plays in the under-15s. When he's that talented, he plays under-15s, under-17s, and whichever team requires him, as does his brother, Krish. Drags that one down leg. Good protection. Addy Lee waiting. Leg gully. So no run. Just the two singles that over. MCC 22 overs done. A 106 for 3. There's the Hong Kong, as we like to call it. Instead of the Manhattan, there's some stat that my podcast partner Bodders likes to say about how there's 26% more towers in Hong Kong than there is Manhattan, or something to that effect. So he calls it the Hong Kong. A couple of big overs there for MCC. He saw some even bigger overs in the first game, especially as we get towards the declaration. Talking overs into the 20s. Pascoe went for a 22 off 5 balls before getting a wicket. Matt Chappell will continue from the pavilion end. Shroff on strike. He's very watchful as it turns back in towards his pads. And hit straight back. Roll down to Kerry Chan at mid-off. Jamie Atkinson in at a shortish mid-wicket. Said he's going end to end. He's probably going to get the ball here as well as it dribbles to square leg. Oh, a direct hit. Oh, it's going to be unfortunate. That could roll through for 4 overthrows. Signalling leg buys on that one. So it's 4 leg buys. So it came off Shroff's pads. And then the direct hit, unfortunately, made the ball skew away. Rocket arm from Jamie Atkinson. O'Neill was only just back. And in the end, they get 4 valuable runs. Fortunately for Matt Chappell, as it didn't get any bat on it. Don't go towards his figures. He's still on track for Chappell on track for perhaps a maiden, which would be the first maiden today, I think. I need to check the scorecards. Just waiting as a family wanders behind the sight screen. Now we're ready to go. Be the second maiden if he gets a dot here. And it will be a dot. Davidson got a maiden as well early on. And now Matt Chappell has a maiden to his name, even with 4 runs coming off the over. 23 done, MCC 110 for 3. Kerry Chan, Hong Kong China women's captain to continue for Hong Kong, 11. Another good start. And another dot for Chan. More dots for Chan. She on track to get her first maiden. It'll be our first back-to-back maidens this game. Saw a few wicket maidens of late. That's going to ruin the maiden with a quick single. She thought about having a shy at the bowler's end, but I don't think they had a lot of protection for backing up, so Rishi wisely threw it towards the keeper. Safely through. Shroff on strike for the final delivery of the 24th. Just dribbles through. First slip, Jay Davidson does the work. Dot, just the single coming from it. There's your partnerships for the MCC 11. This one, massive, 85 runs between O'Neill and Shroff. Interesting little stat for the Hong Kong 11. They've bowled 24 overs, not a single wide. Only extras, there's been 5 extras in no balls. 4 byes. 5 leg byes, including that 4 off the last over that ricocheted off the stumps. So there's been 14 extras in total. No wides as Chappell continues. O'Neill's tried to smash that as hard as he can. He's jarred his hand. Shroff on strike now on 25. Oh, he's got big on that one. Dropped it short, Chappell, and Shroff has snacked on it. Smashed it up into the trees through mid-wicket for a maximum. Came off a maiden. Matt Chappell, but this time was too short. Shroff is waiting for the loose delivery. Gave himself plenty of time, plenty of room. Knew the player was out there as well. Farouk Saeed, again, one of those ones where he watches it just sail on by, went a long way back over the ropes, at the shorter boundary towards Cox's Road. Fuller this time on leg stump, so Schroff just eases it behind square. Butani does the fielding again. Gets on the back foot, work to do for Kerry Chan, but her brilliance in the field again keeps it to a single. Sliding to her left, picking up with the left arm. Gets a round of applause from Matt Chappell. Schroff back on strike, already hit a maximum this over off the bowling of Chappell. Chan in the action again, but keeps it to a dot. Oh, that's a full toss, over waist tight, no ball. I need to re-bowl, but it's also been put over the top of the training nets this time, all the way back into the forest. A big pie from Matt Chappell, which Nigel Schroff says, thank you, I'll eat that up for lunch every day. Smashes it backward of square for a big 6. Slipped out of the wrist there from Chappell. Little delay as two players move up into the trees trying to find it. They've got it. It's back. We'll be able to get the final delivery. 100 partnership up now between these two. 101 off 112 deliveries. 7 4s, 5 6s for the partnership of 101. And O'Neill and Schroff putting on a beautiful partnership as Schroff's getting up towards the half-century mark as well. This over, 13 runs off his bat. 14, I think. 13. He's still got one ball left. This one's on the pitch. He'll get runs. That's beautifully timed. Pick the gap between point and cover, and he's going to get a 4 to finish off the over. Lots of runs flowing for MCC. After 25, they're 131 for 3. Gary Chan to have a rest from the bowling club end, and Adrian Lee from Hong Kong Cricket Club will come into the attack. Tell you somebody in production very, very excited for this bowling change. Addy's son, Obi. Obi Lee's been sitting in the production area of the broadcast all morning. He's actually been typing in the scores, everything you see for the last half an hour or so on screen. The scores for Jeremy O'Neill and Nigel Schroff. That's all been inputted by young Obi. What are you up to? 7 years old, right? 8. Just celebrated his 8th birthday. We had his birthday shout out on the 8 for 52 podcast. Now he's turning into production. Can do everything. Obi playing for the Hong Kong Cricket Club under 11 strikers, along with his brother Remy, who's not here today. Rare not to see the two of them together, but his mum is playing a women's game today, so Remy's gone to watch that one while Obi watches his dad bowling here against MCC gets through Rishi Bhutani this time, but keeps it just to a single. No damage done. Hamza Jawade, who played on Friday, has dropped down to have a look at what's going on today. Coach at KCC. Oh, toe of the bat. Gets past first slip. It's going to get a boundary out of it. Very close to the hands of Jay Davidson, but boundary in the books for Schroff, and he moves to 46. Gets a full one. Oh, gets away with that one, Addy Lee. As Schroff pushes it straight to Roy Lamsam at extra cover. That's a good one. Big appeal from behind the stumps. Half-hearted appeal from mid-wicket. No appeal from the bowler. And the finger stays down. Hong Kong 11 trying to break this massive partnership. 110 now between O'Neill and Schroff. It's a shorter one. Punches at 3-point. He's going to get a boundary, and that's going to bring up his 50. Nigel Schroff brings up his half-century with a boundary. Moves to 50 off 54. 6 fours. 2 sixes. Nigel Schroff joins Jeremy O'Neill with a half-century to his name today for MCC. Beautifully played. The player was at backward point, so he's just hit that straight through point. Let it spun away down. Raced away for 4. Nine runs coming from Lee's first over. 26 done. MCC moving towards the 150 mark now. 140 for 3 with a partnership of 114 of just 119 deliveries. Arthur Tew will come into the attack, replacing Matt Chappell from the pavilion end. Arthur Tew back into the attack. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 28. A little expensive, but had a few issues with the overstep in his first spell. Back in with the headband on. Starts with a good one. And another overstep from Arthur. He's having some issues with the dusty area from the pavilion end for the pace bowlers. Hot, hard work when you've got a re-bowler delivery in the midday sun as we 5 minutes away from noon. Gives a short one, whips it straight through square one, bounce to deep square. Farouk Saeed been down there for most of the morning. Schroff, after bringing up his half-century the previous over, back on strike. Really motored along. Took some big runs off Chappell's bowling, then some runs off Addy Lee's first, getting up to his 50. Good full length there from Joy gets the dot. Going for 28 off his first 2 overs. It's been much tidier second start to his second spell. Full, and actually swung away down leg, that one. One ball remaining in his third over, 27th. Some people walking behind the sight screen again, so slight delay. Shroff's now ready. Thought about a quick single. It's a bit too hot out there for the dab and runs at the moment. Better off to just eat up the dots. Keep the runs slowly ticking over. Just 2 runs coming from the 27th, and the MCC 142 for 3. Addy Lee to continue from the bowling club end. Tuning in from somewhere around the world, not been to Kowloon Cricket Club. It's called the Bowling Club End because the Kowloon Bowling Club, not part of KCC, is right behind it. Occasionally they end up with cricket balls on their bowling green. So far today, none that big. These two just keep the runs ticking over for MCC. 30 minutes away from the luncheon break. They'll be very happy if they can get into lunch. Only 3 down. Plenty of batters to come. Wasn't happy with the run up there, Lee, so he'll go back and restart. Runs on the offside, work to do for Farik Saeed. He's not going to get there into the ropes. Yes, he did get a foot down onto it, in fact, just before the ropes. So what looked like it was going to be a 4 ended up being a scampered single. O'Neill back on strike on 74. Been a little quiet lately. Shroff started to go big and hard. Work his way up. Plenty of time. Get another century for MCC, much like Tom Ingram did on Friday. Floats that one a bit faster. Fuller running on the arm of Rishi Bhutani. Get through for another single. O'Neill moves to 75. That's that one. He's on way through to the keeper. 3 singles coming from the 28th. MCC 145 for 3. Arthur Chew to continue from the pavilion end. Bowled a nice previous over. Continues with another dot. 28 off his first two, but only 2 runs off the previous over. Again, one of those being an overstep. Shorter. Hit hard. Addy Lee down there at long on will keep it to a single, protecting that short boundary. Hit hard onto the offside this time, but can't beat Jamie Atkinson. Waiting at point. Don't need to figure out, wait and look around to find out where Jamie is fielding at any point, because the ball will find him pretty quickly. There's not many spots he hasn't fielded today. Former Hong Kong China wicket keeper. Giving the gloves today to Jason Loy, the CHK Dragons captain. And if you are joining us from anywhere around the world, when I say CHK, that just stands for Cricket Hong Kong. So the Dragons that Jason Loy plays for, made up of ethnic Chinese players here in Hong Kong. He's the captain. They play in Sunday Div 2, of which the final is on. Mentioned earlier, between the Wanderers and the Infidels. Give an update at the end of this over. I can see the KCC Maidens coming in as well. They just finished a morning game or getting ready for an afternoon game, not sure. The women's side in the domestic leagues. Short. This one, work to do for Siegfried Y out here near our commentary position. Moves around to his right, a deep cover. Almost a deep extra cover by the time he'd picked it up. And just a single. 2 singles again coming from Arthur Chew's over. 29 done. MCC 147 for 3 up the hill at the Sunday Div 2 final. Wanderers v Infidels. HKCC Wanderers 125 for 4 after 28. Slowed the run rate a bit now, the Infidels, with that 4th wicket down to 4.46. But still on target for a decent score. They'd want to get to 250, you'd think, the Wanderers. Good batting lineup for the Infidels. It's going to be a cracking game. I'm going to keep an eye on that while calling this game into the 30th over. Addy Lee will continue. Oh, good fielding by Chappell. Can't prevent the single. Oh, there's an appeal for caught behind. I think it's caught behind. The finger's gone up, and that's the end of O'Neill for 76. He's out. MCC lose their 4th. They're 148 for 4. Watch on the replay. Addy Lee. Yes, caught behind. Jason Loy immediately went up. Thought there was an edge. Jeremy O'Neill, who's been out there for a long time, scored a great 76 off 93 deliveries. Flying in from Singapore. Disappointed, but 76, very handy. And it breaks a huge partnership there of 122, I believe, going by memory. And that will bring Chris Carter to the crease. Chris Carter coming in at number 6 for MCC. Two KCC players out of the middle now for MCC. Chris Carter played in the first game as well for MCC. He'll have the gloves on later on. Moment, got bat in hand. His team nicely placed before the lunch break. Still got about 23 minutes until the luncheon interval. These two out there would like to survive that. Looking to my left, looks like Dan Pascoe might be coming in next. He's getting ready. Short, fast. Carter wanted to put that away behind square with Carrie Chan in the short leg gully, so room for runs, but that one not getting any contact. And that one's cut away. He first runs off the bat for Carter as he picks out Farouk Saeed, a deep extra cover single. Good tidy bowling from both ends now. Lee getting a wicket, Arthur Chu getting the dot balls. Pressure from the pavilion end as well. 2 balls left in the 30th. Shroff just watches that one. A bit shorter. Wide outside. It's a dot to finish with. A successful over for Addy Lee and the MC, for the Hong Kong 11, I should say. The 4th wicket falling. MCC 149 for 4 after 30. Arthur Chu to continue from the pavilion end. He's been bowling well since coming back into the attack. 2 overs, both only getting 2 runs off each. He'll be bowling to the new batter, Chris Carter, on 1. It's a full toss, just below waist height. He's probably going to get a boundary out of this one, though. Races down to the ropes, wide. Didn't even get any bat on it. Talking about how tidy Arthur's been. It's almost over waist height. It was so far down leg. Bat couldn't get on it, so the first wide of the day. That brings the 150 up for MCC. This time bat on ball, but just a single out to Siegfried Way at deep cover. Getting good purchase on it there, Carter, but unable to find the gap on the rope. Chu's not ready yet. They're making another fielding placement change. I'm going to go into defence and into bat for myself after this delivery. And that one's left alone outside off. Now, if you're wondering why I thought perhaps Chris got bat on ball on that wide, and you just saw it on the screen and went, it's clearly wide, didn't get any bat on it. Our commentary position is actually at point. And my replay screen is slightly delayed, so calling it live can be challenging at times. Runs down to long on. That said, I do have my monitor here. It's just a couple of seconds delayed. Carter back on strike. Not sure how well I defended myself there, but there's a delay for another person wandering behind the sight screen. There's probably going to be another delay if they don't hurry up, because there's another man coming. Nice and full from Arthur. Hit hard by Carter, but can't beat Chan at mid-off. Nice run rate for MCC. They batted 45.5 overs in Friday's game. Oh, he's picking out all the fielders at the moment, Carter, so no run. Roy Lamsub does a divey roll to pick that up. Current run rate, if they do go through to 46 overs. Oh, he's picked out Roy again. Absolutely crunched that into the turf. Flown to Roy, but they get the dot. 7 runs coming from that over, 5 of them in extras though. After 31, MCC 156 for 4. Yeah, current run rate, MCC will move to around 230, but you'd expect with wickets in hand, if they're still only 4 down at the lunch break in 17 minutes time, there might be some big hitting. I'm looking at Smash Pascoe over there to my left. No Dot Pascoe today. Promising to bring the Smash Pascoe back. Saw it on Friday as well. Put on some very good runs. And also, of course, still Jack Matten to have a bat. He scored 54 off 17. Same pitch as well. He knows where the boundaries are. And it's Addy Lee. Wicket taker. Back into the attack. Not back into the attack. Continuing and gets a full toss to start with and gives away a boundary. Shroff onto that easy. Another pie to be snacked on from the slower bowlers. You bowl a full toss to Nigel Shroff. He's going to punish you. Arnie Lee, this is his 4th over now. 1 for 18. A big wicket getting Jeremy O'Neill caught behind. Be looking for that line and length again. This one a little shorter, so whipped away for a single out to deep cover. Siegfried White. Deep square leg, trying to find any little bit of shade he can find. As all the shades moved away off the ground. The midday sun beating down. It's okay when the clouds come through, but as the sun pops back out, it gets very, very warm. 31 exactly. And that's been short, and that's been crunched. How far? All the way. Huge maximum into the netting near the bowling club. First big straight 6 we've seen. Carter waits on this one, sees it short. Hits it pretty much over Shroff's head. Jamie Atkinson is just a spectator as it goes racing down into the netting. Lee back live. That's the length that he's looking for with a spin away. That's how he got the edge of O'Neill. 1 ball left, 2 boundaries this over. And stand up dot ball. Finish off the over. I'll get that corrected. It's actually 167 for 4 after 32. There we go, 167, as I promised you in the books. Jay Davidson back into the attack from the pavilion end. The Namibian Nightmare opening the bowling and back in again. Shroff on strike on 59. Drops the hand off that one. Gives it the ball a nod of approval. Thought that one was pretty all right from his premier strike bowler for KCC, Nigel Shroff, captain of cricket for KCC. Playing for MCC today, along with Carter. Davidson in again. Fuller this time and nicely driven. Gets past the field, hits it directly straight there. Shroff, you could see the shuddering of the camera means it's crashed into the sight screen. It's beautifully timed. Fuller delivery this time from Davidson. All the timing in the world. Look at this, just, oh. Textbook. Shroff moves to 63. Oh, that's an overstep, no ball. Went flying past the grill of Nigel. And very slowly, the square leg umpire has signalled that that's one over the shoulder. That one shouldered arms as it gets a little bit of movement away off the pitch. Outside off. One slip in place. Roy Lamsam and also Atkinson at gully. Just off screen. Arthur Chew at point. Siegfried Y into a catching position at short cover. Gary Chan at mid-off. Addy Lee mid-on. Matt Chappell short mid-wicket. Farouk Sayed at deep square leg. And Rishi Bhutani down at the 45 near the scoreboard behind square. Just one a bit further outside off. Similar result. Shroffy, as we just heard, yelled out from the dugout. Nigel Shroff just happy to watch those ones go through. 8 or 9 minutes, perhaps 2, perhaps 3 overs remaining. Depending on if it's pace or slow bowling. And if Davidson continues and bowls another one from this end, probably only 2 after this one. Into the luncheon interval. Rishi Bhutani at that 45 into the action. Goes down towards a traditional fine leg. He comes in, cuts it off, and a single. Carter to face the final delivery of the 33rd. Oh, that was quick and got some good bounce and actually moved back in after it passed the crease. Really taking it basically straight behind middle stump. Dot ball to finish with 33 done. MCC 173 for 4. Addy Lee will continue from the bowling club end. Nigel Schroff on strike. Gets a full toss. He's going to get a boundary. Every time he gets a full toss, Schroff makes you pay. Siggy having to do the clean-up work, as you could hear him running across in front of the effects microphone. He was waiting for one out at a forward square leg, so Schroff just puts that at backward. Pushing Kerry Chan to a backward square leg now as Siegfried comes back towards our commentary positions. So some protection for anything full. Watches that one go down leg side. Decides now that the protection's on the rope, perhaps not wise. Big gap through mid-wicket though, and cow corner on the leg side. Oh, not sure that's where Nigel hoped it to go, but he will get a boundary out of it. 4 runs in the books. A wry smile from Addy Lee. And pulled the hand off it. Wasn't far past first slip Jay Davidson. This time dots it back to Lee. That's short. Oh, that's interesting. That's going to go for 4 byes. Spun. Went between Jason Loy and first slip Jay Davidson. More good runs. 185 on the board now. Nigel Schroff will be looking forward to some lunch. Been out there a long time. 83 delivered he's faced. Again, drops the hand off it nicely. Overdone. 2 boundaries off the bat, 1 boundary on byes. So 12 runs coming from the 34th and MCC. They're 185 for 4. Davidson, and again, 4 minutes before the lunch break, maybe 3. On lunch watch. See if they get another over in after this one, but perhaps the Hong Kong 11 might just take their time with this over. Hot, hard work. They get a nice 40-minute break in the beautiful swimming pool pavilion here at Kowloon Cricket Club for the lunch. Put some air conditioning in there as well now. It's very nice. Oh, full on the toes. Well down leg. Leg buys it is. No problem there for Carter. Schroff. Will he see out the next 4 balls and we go to lunch? Sure, he'll be glad to go to lunch as well. Leaves that one alone. It's well outside off. By the time this over and we take lunch break is done, Schroff would be out there for basically 2 hours. That pops straight up in the air, but falls safe, and that one's hurt the hand. And it's a no ball anyway, so it didn't really matter. And that will drag it out long enough to get to the lunch break, I'd suggest. So that would mean Schroff been out there for almost 2 hours. Very warm. Bit of a breeze getting about occasionally in the cloud cover. It's actually helped drop the temperature back under 30. Dropped down by 1.2 degrees in the last half an hour or so. Another one pops up on Schroff, defends. It's a bit of a stare from Davidson. Two balls left of the 35th. No ball again. And it was definitely going to push us through to the lunch break. I think Jay thought there was a chance of this being LBW until he heard the no ball call behind his ear. Have a look at it on the replay. Cut out, unfortunately. Jay's getting back to his mark so slowly, we might have a chance of seeing it. Doesn't matter, it was a no ball. We're back live. Still 2 balls remaining in the 35th. Pushes that one through nicely. A little bit of shape back in again. Well outside off. Got through 38 overs before lunch on Friday. A little slower over rate from the Hong Kong 11 than from the KCC 11, bowling first on Friday. Powering through. They're slower bowlers, 38 in the first 2 sessions. Definitely ticked over to 12:30. Final delivery of the 35th. Oh, big fat leading edge. Doesn't carry to Kerry Chan. Very, very lucky to get away with that one. But Schroff survives the 35th over as Davidson looks on and wonders how did that not fall into someone's hands. After 35, MCC, they're 188 for 4. It is MCC 11 playing their second outmatch ever in Asia. The first one on Friday, the second one today against the Hong Kong 11. MCC winning the toss, electing to bat, and they've batted well. 188 for 4 after 35. Have a look at the batting card for MCC. Opening the batting today, Warren Miller and Simon Philbrook. Not getting away with the runs today, but O'Neill coming in at number 3. Got a duck in the first game today. Massive 76 off 93. Driver out without troubling the scorers today. Nigel Schroff, not out, gets a round of applause from his dugout. 72, not out off 90. And Carter just getting underway out there on 8. So at 35 overs, the lunch break. MCC 88, 188 for 4. Quick look at the bowling card for Hong Kong 11. They've used the 6 bowlers so far. All shared it around. Davidson with 2 wickets early on. 1 for Lamsam and Addy Lee getting a wicket, the final wicket in that last half hour of play. So there it is. Lunch break is on. MCC 11, 188 for 4. Join us in about 35 minutes time for all this exciting, historic MCC Outmatch live from Kowloon Cricket Club. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this historic MCC outmatch. It is the MCC 11 versus Hong Kong 11. Aaron Bush with you. Lunch just about over. The players heading back out into the middle now. You can see the first Farooq Saeed coming across, and the rest will be joining him shortly. And coming on screen right now, Dash Vora into the Hong Kong 11 team. Wasn't here this morning due to exams, in fact, but he's got the ball in hand, it looks like. Rishi Bhutani there as well, got the sleeves on. It's Dash. Gentleman's agreement between the captains, allowing Dash to come in. Young fella having to do exams on Sunday. That's tough enough work, but now he's got a bowl to these in-form MCC batters of Nigel Shroff and Chris Carter, partnership of 40 already. And they'll be looking to push even further. Bat out another 15, 20 overs perhaps. Put a huge total on the board for Hong Kong 11 to try to chase down. Waiting for Nigel Shroff at the non-striker's end, get his pads sorted. Chris Carter come across, takes strike. Dash Vora, first over today. Does have a slip in place. Whitish slip, not on screen. Jason Loy with the gloves on screen. Ready to get underway. Third session of this MCC outmatch from Kowloon Cricket Club. Full driven hard by Carter. It's going to be a boundary to start with. Another 4 to Carter. Got a 6 and a 4 to his name in his 12. Full length outside off, gave Carter plenty of time and room to pick the gap between extra cover and Rishi Bhutani mid-off. Again, but this time he picks out Farooq Saeed at cover. Just getting his line right. Discussion of where the front foot was to make sure no problems, and looking at where umpire Vasher put his foot. Looks like Dash has got plenty of wiggle room. Watches that one go through. A lot of movement for Dash with this older ball to the 36th over. Plenty of pace and plenty of bounce. Nice hard wicket, nice hard ball. It's also coming nice hard off the bat as well. Pick the gaps. And runs to mid-on. Arthur Chew doing the fielding. Shroff now on strike, face his first delivery from Dash Vora. And a full one chopped out to point, no run, another dot. Started with the boundary, but fought back well, Dash Vora. Vora plays for KCC. Youngster, just 18 years of age, but fought his way up into the Premier League sides as well. Plays for the Templars in Division 1. Worth a shy. Gets through safely. Schroff will retain the strike. 6 runs coming from the 36th. And MCC moving towards the 200 mark. They're 194 for 4. Two-prong pace attack for the Hong Kong 11 after the lunch break. Jay Davidson, half the wickets taken already. He's got a 2 for so far. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17. Always tidy, always gets wickets. A little costly just before lunch with a few oversteps. And his lunch had a break, refreshed and back into the attack. Bowling to Nigel Schroff. Starts with a good line and length. Still got a smile on his face. Sun comes out, it gets awfully hot again. Sitting around the 30-degree mark. No rain forecast, so hopefully the thunderstorms not around, which means we'll get a nice big full day. Getting some good movement off the pitch there, Davidson. And again to Schroff. Short of a length. Doesn't quite get as much bounce. Jason Lawyer having to take that one down near the ankles. This one, tip and run, wanted to run. Atkinson was first at the scene, so good decision to say no. You know, he's got a rocket arm and it's quite regularly deadly, right on target. 4 dot balls for Davidson's 9th over. This one, Fuller, a little bit of uppish bottom hand from Schroff, but 2 bounces to Addy Lee at mid-on. Means another dot. Final delivery of the 37th. Almost gets the edge. Squares Schroff up. Just outside. It's another maiden to Davidson, his second. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17 and 37 done. MCC remain 194 for 4. Vora continuing from the bowling club end. Thought he was a chance on that delivery, but nice straight bat from Carter. Pushes it to Bhutani at mid-off. This time. Oh, that cut back in. That's why Vora has his arm in the air. That wasn't far away from the top of off stump. It's Carter's shouldered arms. Getting a little bit of movement back in. I like what he saw there. This time, right on the stump, so Carter defends. This time, tries to whip it away just on the leg side at mid-on. No run to Arthur Chew there with the floppy on. Wise decision for the floppy hats. There's a few out there with Siegfried Way wearing his floppy as well. Umpire Robinson's got the floppy on, but not Umpire Vasher. Brave in this heat. This time full again, drives hard, but straight to mid-off. Bhutani does the fielding this time. Racking up the dot balls off the back of a maiden. And he wants to take the single, retain the strike, gets through. Good running, ruins Vora's maiden. He'll get one run off that over. And MCC moved to 195 for 4 after 38. Jay Davidson continuing from the pavilion end. Easy run onto the leg side for Carter. And Jay's run of dot balls as well. Another one. How did that not get an edge? Davidson's asking himself that same question. That kind of day so far for Hong Kong 11. Not many chances have been given. Finding the outside edge has been tough. Been a caught behind and one caught at second slip. Roy Lumsum, who's now at first slip, took that catch. They've taken their catches when they've been presented. There's just not been many of them. That one nipping back in a bit as well. Going the other way. Appeal from Davidson only, a bit of an appeal from Loy behind the stumps, but umpire Robinson not interested. There was a ball earlier before the lunch break. I've been told that one that Davidson overstepped on a no ball after appealing for leg before would have been very close to out. That was the one we tried to bring the replay up on, couldn't find, but you can go back on YouTube and find it. Overstep didn't matter. Back to dot balls for Davidson after a single to start this over. Oh, and another one so close to the edge. Too good, can't find it. Davidson doesn't know how. He hasn't got a wicket this over. And as it is, one run coming from it. And MCC moved to 196 for 4 after 39. Vora continuing to Carter. Goes that drive again. Gets through for Uxide this time. Hit too well and races away for 4. He picked out the player there, Carter, but went straight through for Uxide. Short extra cover. By the time he turned around at all, they'd gone over the rope. So beautifully timed. A little inside edge there from Carter. Thought of the appeal for LBW, but decided it wasn't happening. A little shorter from Boris, so Carter stands up, pushes it out to point. Atkinson does the fielding. Schroff back on strike. Eating up some dot balls lately after lunch. Nigel Schroff. It's the one run since we returned. Pulled away, almost in the air. It was close to Addy Lee. Siegfried Way, the sweeper out at deep square, keeps it to a single. Oh, that was very, very close. Looks like it's just fallen short of Davidson. Question still being asked if it carried. Nobody's really sure. Looks like the agreement is it's fallen just short of Davidson. It slipped. Good delivery from Dash Vora. Again, finally finds the edge and it just doesn't carry. This time make sure to get full bat on ball. 6 runs off the over. MCC bringing up the 200 that over after 40 there. 202 for 4. Davidson to Schroff. And it beats him again. This battle continues. Davidson wondering if something's going to happen here, whether the wicket's coming or Schroff is going to break out. As Davidson continues to beat the outside edge. Something's going to give. Time as it's outside off, Schroff leaves it well alone. Some friendly advice from Davidson, I'm sure. It's hot Sunday, April day in Hong Kong. MCC making the Hong Kong 11 work hard out in the field. Already done 40 overs. 6 wickets in hand. They could bat deep, bat long. Might even push up towards 300. Some fast runs coming some point. At the moment, it's just seeing off Jay Davidson. Rinse and repeat. Schroff not interested unless it's on the stumps at the moment. 1 ball left. Davidson, can he bring up his 3rd maiden of the day? He'd like it to be a wicket maiden. 3 maidens and 3 wickets. No ball ruins the maiden. Just trying to go a little bit too fast. This time it is on the stumps, forcing Shroff to play. It is another dot, just the one no ball coming from the 41st. MCC 203 for 4. Vora from the bowling club end. He's bowling to Chris Carter. While Davidson and Shroff have had a good battle, so have these two, Vora and Carter. Unlucky not to get the wicket last over as ball falling just short of slip. Also Carter's taken some runs off Vora, probably all those 13 in fact. Good battles at both ends. Again, drives it hard, drives it straight to mid-off. Rishi Bhutani. No problems with that one, so another dot. Goes a bit shorter this time, so Carter goes a bit more towards cover. Picks out the fielder again for Saeed. Makes no mistake this time. Goes full this one. Instead of going to mid-off or cover, goes straight back to the bowler. More dots. Drives hard. Farouk gets down to it but bobbles off his boot. Bhutani will pick up. Carter will get a single to break the stalemate. One ball left in the 42nd. Vora to Shroff now. Goes the full one. Farouk will get this one, keep it to a dot. End of the over, one coming from it. MCC 204 for 4 after 42. Freakside doing the fielding a couple of times in that previous over. Looks like he's hurt his hand a little bit, so he's going to come off and have a break. Matt Chappell coming back onto the ground. Roy Lamsam is going to take the ball from the pavilion end. He opened the bowling with Jay Davidson, who's bowling from the other end to start with. 1 for 32 off his 5. There's Chappell coming onto the field to take Farouk Saeed's spot. He'll be at short mid-wicket. Davidson in slip, Atkinson in gully, Arthur Chew at point, 6 feet wide, extra cover, Kerry Chan at mid-off. You got Addy Lee at mid-on. We mentioned Chappell at short mid-wicket. Then there's a deep mid-wicket, Dash Vora, and backward square on the ropes, Rishi Bhattani. Really lump sum. Got some bounce out of that one. Rishi having to do the work there. Get a single. Thought we might have seen some fireworks from the MCC batters after lunch, but so far a very measured bowling attack has kept the runs to a minimum. Run rate under 5 now of 4.86. He's pegging it back. Nigel Shroff. He scored 2 runs and faced 23 deliveries after the lunch break. Taking his time. He's taking his time again. Armstrong back to his mark and now ready to come in for the 3rd delivery. Very full chop behind point. Arthur Chew into play. They will get the single. Oh, as a slight breeze blows through the broadcast tents. Refreshing. Oh, and a big swing outside off, but maybe hoping for it to come back in a bit. Foot went straight down the pitch, but the ball was well outside off. And full stretch, couldn't get any on it. Oh, pop back up and pop back in. That's the one that cut back in. Full this time, over pitched, almost carries to Chan. Got around to it right at the toes. Got the hands down, but didn't stick. Carter gets a life. Dash Vora will be bowling to Nigel Shroff. Big appeal. Oh, Shroy just looks at his ball counter. Dash asks why. Davidson's still appealing, I think. There we go, puts the hand down. Really slowing things down. 48-run partnership though. Been measured. Been out there for about 14 overs together now. 48 runs. This one angling in onto the off stump. Runs out to point for another dot. Good angle from Vora and well played by Shroff, but another dot. All right, goes at that one. Nothing on it from Shroff. Lots of dots from Dash. Apologies, well over 50-run partnership now. Brought up to 50 runs in 62 balls. 20 off Shroff, 19 from Carter, and 13 extras helped. Got another single. Partnership to 59 now. Carter to face the final delivery of the 44th. Gets some runs onto the leg side, will retain strike with a single. MCC moving to 208 for 4 after 44. Roy lumps up, continuing from the pavilion end as the sun comes back out. Driven hard, that one's going for 4, no chance of a catch as it goes racing through between extra cover and mid-off. Carter making sure no chance of a catch this time. Outside off, is there to be hit, and hit well it was. Another one. This one's going to be a maximum. It goes all the way up into the netting. 2 stories up. 4 and 6 to Chris Carter. He moves to 33. Watch on the replay. Well, it was off middle stump, but it was pitched up in the slot. Carter gave it the treatment to the short boundary. And a maximum. And this time tries it for a 3rd time and gets nothing. Fresh, airy, swatting at butterflies there, Chris Carter. Lumps home again to Carter, comes down the pitch a couple of steps and then decides that one can be well left alone. 10 runs off the over so far. A single, 1 ball remaining in the 45th. Carter asking for new gloves. Some discussion in the MCC tent who's going to run them out. Looks like Samir Carell will do the duties, the over break. Oh, right on the toes, chops it out nicely in fact. Good ball. Roy thought he got through, but Schroff survives, gets down on it, moves to 77. 12 runs coming from the 45th. 202 for 4, MCC. Let's have a look at the partnerships. And it's a slow start for MCC, but 2 big partnerships. Nigel Schroff, firstly with O'Neill, flying in from Singapore. And then this one, a handy 72-run partnership between KCC teammates and members and also MCC members. Schroff and Carter, 72 runs. Dash Vora will continue from the bowling club end. 5 overs so far, none for 16. It's been hard to get away. Bowling fast and doing that. Too quick for Schroff that time. As he's getting faster each over, Dash Vora. Seen the edge already one time, and that time Schroff looking to attack. Just throw him before he could get bat on ball. Vora to Schroff, this time gets a big crunching drive, doesn't even bother running because that's going straight into the side screen for 4. Moves to 81. He was already on 77, which was the top score so far for MCC today, overtaking O'Neill with his 76. Now he's on 81. Slight delay, argument between umpires and scorers, but got it sorted and we'll continue on. Another one trying to get through. Dash thinks he's close to getting a wicket here. dot for dot to start the 46th. Raise that one just down leg, not far away. Still angling across the body of Nigel Schroff. Drive straight again. Can't get past Addy Lee this time, though. Good diving effort in the field. You can see top of screen. Didn't stop that. It was going for 4, so good fielding. Going the faster one, but just heading down leg. Dash maybe still in 50 over or 20 T20 mode there. Turned around thinking the umpire might have given that one wide. We don't do that in the red ball game unless it's unplayable. So just the boundary coming off the 46th. New gloves run out to Chris Carter, and after 46, MCC at 224 for 4. That's more overs than MCC faced on Friday. They declared on 45.5 overs, but they were about 60 more runs ahead, so no interest in declaring yet as the sun beats down, heading towards 2 p.m. Next drinks break at 2:25 p.m. So hard work out there for the Hong Kong 11. Lamsa to Carter. Chopped away, out through point, single to Carter. He moves to 35. Nigel Schroff back on strike on 81. Been very circumspect after the lunch break, but breaking out, getting a boundary, moving to 81. This time, tip and run onto the leg side. Rishi Bhatani was at deep square, comes around. That's 6 feet away in a catching position, a gully. So Arthur Chu at point drops back halfway between the imaginary circle and the ropes. Oh, stands up on that one. Only a single down to Addy Lee at long on. Lamsham finish off the 47th. It's driven nicely, but hit straight to Atkinson at mid-off now. 3 singles coming from the 47th as MCC moved to 227 for 4. Vora to continue from the bowling club end. 6 overs, none for 20 so far. Again, nice drive, sitting back at mid-off. Arthur Chu. 7 bowlers used so far for the Hong Kong 11. Looking around, there's not many other bowling options for them. Not going to bowl young Rishi. Siegfried Wise already told me personally that he's not going to be bothering to bowl today. Doesn't want to. This time hit to mid-on, Addy Lee, but quick running from Carter gets home safely. Keeps the score ticking over. Say it's been good bowling from Davidson, Vora and Lamsam. Expecting fireworks coming back out. But it's just been singles. The occasional boundary, of course, always there, but not exactly what we're expecting. Now all of a sudden, bang, right on cue. Rolls away through cow corner mid-wicket region for 4. Shroff moves to 86. Standing outside his crease, flicks it off the pads beautifully. Nobody out on the rope at mid-wicket, just floating deep square leg, and Kerry Chan back with square leg, so anything through mid-wicket is there to be taken. Taken it was. This time good comeback delivery, so Shroff just pushes it to Butani. Cover. And again, watchful. Good ball, angling back in towards the off stump. Lets that one go, doesn't come back in, so well left. 5 runs off the 48th. MCC 232 for 4. Have a look at the run rate for MCC. It's been pretty steady after getting it underway early on from about the 5th over. It's just been sitting there around 4 to 5, high 4s, low 5s. See, it's been a long time since the last wicket fell as well. moving towards 50 overs out there. See Jack Matten from Singapore with the pads on. Remember his explosive 54 off 17 in the first game of the MCC outmatches against Kowloon Cricket Club on Friday. That was something to behold. So he's either he or Pascoe to come in next, but at the moment these two look pretty rock solid. Islam Sum continues, and Jason Loy's decided to put the helmet on to keep Carter in his crease. Full crunched. Innings gone down. Jamie Atkinson takes the catch, and Chris Carter goes for 37, trying to clear that short boundary. Atkinson waiting, and he takes the catch. Lamsam gets the breakthrough. Pitched up from Lamsam. Knew it the second he hit it, that Carter said, oh no, I didn't get enough on that one, and probably the safest pair of hands out there. Jamie Atkinson takes the catch. Carter's got to go, and there will be a change. Pascoe was listed earlier to come in, but it will be Jack Matten coming out to bat now. Wonderful partnership of 84 brought to an end. Carter departs on 37, and MCC lose their fifth. Brings the big hitting Jack Matten out to the crease to join Nigel Shroff. He put together a huge partnership at the end of the innings on Friday with Tom Ingram. Ingram getting a century and partnership of about 79 off 30-odd deliveries. Is that what we're going to see again today? Or can the Hong Kong 11 get him out early? Slip still in place. Jay Davidson there. Lamsam. Jack. Beats Jack. Beats Jason. Beats everyone. 4 buys, I'd suggest. Yes, it is. Downside of keeping up to the stumps. Caught the end of the glove of Jason Loy and left alone by Jack and left alone by everybody in the end. More good runs on the board. Not to get a run off the bat yet for Jack. Chops it up in the air over the top of point. It won't go all the way. Siegfried Way comes racing around in front of our commentary position. We'll get to and get off the mark. See the intention early. Wasn't far over the head of point. Saw it didn't carry. This time pulled away behind square. Butani keep it to a single. Shroff to face the final delivery of the 49th. He's on 86. Oh, he gets a big thick edge. It flies to the left of first slip, and that's going to be 4 more. Shroff moves to 90. Luck's of fortune that could have easily carried to Davidson. After 49, MCC 2, 4, 3, 4, 5. Dash forward to continue from the bowling club end. Into his 8th over. They're making Dash work hard. He's into his 8th. Oh, gets through that one. Oh my goodness, that was close to the off stump. Jack knows it, Dash knows it. Vora in again to Matten. Put that up in the air. It could be a chance. Going back, running back. Oh, it's over the top of the head of Addy Lee. Can't quite get there. So another one skied by Jack. Finds the gap. Gets another 2. Dash in again. This time gets better purchase on it. It's going to be wide of Jamie Atkinson. Race away to Cal Corner for 4. What we saw him do on Friday. Big hitting, Jack. Seen some edges, seen some skied. Chances his arm and gets the runs on the board for MCC. That one outside off as he tries to carve it away on the offside. Everybody in close. Nobody on the rope on the offside. That was where he's targeting. It was Atkinson's moved back to long on. Siegfried still at deep square leg. Carry Chant, backward square leg. Drops it a bit shorter this time. Jack trying to smash it away, but another dot. 1 ball remaining in the 50th. Matten, one of 2 players today in the MCC side from Singapore, along with Jeremy O'Neill. He's got a beautiful 76. That one's popped up in the air. Atkinson could be in the game here. Getting across, just doesn't get there again. Another one in the air, but too far to the left of Atkinson. Gets a single, and that's a no ball in the end, so we're going to bowl it another one. In the end, carrying catch didn't matter. The 250's up for MCC. They're actually now 251 with the no ball. And 1 ball still to be remold in the 50th. Tries to drive hard. Schroff gets it only to Atkinson at long on. He gets the single, retains the strike. 50 done. MCC 252 for 5. Couple of overs remaining until the next drinks break. $2:25 Hong Kong time, the allotted time for the next drinks break. Looking forward to my cup of tea. And we actually will have tea after the next session after that. Maybe we'll see a declaration sometime between the next drinks break and the tea break. But looks like we're going to have a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Arthur Chew with the hat off, headband on. Arthur Chew bowling to Nigel Shroff. He's on 91. And a good first delivery. Saw Arthur struggle in the first spell. He bowled 2 overs, none for 28. But then when he came back, next 3 were quite tidy. Going for just 11. Crunched away on the offside. Chappell diving at point. Cuts it off. No run. Can Nigel get his century before the drinks coming up? 7 minutes time. Needs 9 more runs. He's hit that one big. Is it big enough? Over the top of Roy Lumsum's head for the maximum. 6 moves to 97. Nigel Shroff on 97. He's been out there for 3 hours and 5 minutes, 185 minutes. That one strays down leg. Arthur Chew to Nigel on 97. Again, strays down leg. Can't get any bat on it. Been out there for 3 hours. A bit tired. Shroff came in after the 7th over. That's gone big. Is it gone big enough to get the century? Yes, it has. Nigel Shroff with a maximum to bring up his century for MCC. 103 off 140 deliveries, 13 fours, 4 sixes, including the one that brought up the century. And that looks like it's a declaration from MCC. MCC are going to declare at 264 for 5 at the end of the 51st over, meaning Hong Kong 11 requiring 265 for victory. We're going to have a quick innings break. I'll get confirmation whether we take drinks as well, and join us for the exciting run chase coming up here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Nigel Shroff getting a round of applause from the MCC players. Friends and family as well. Brings up his century. We'll be back very shortly with the Hong Kong 11 heading out to bat, needing 265 runs for victory. Join us then. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this historic MCC outmatch. It is MCC 11 versus KCC 11. MCC putting on a huge total, declaring at 264, 5 down. They've now taken the innings break, and the Hong Kong 11 have gone out to bat needing 265 for victory. Jamie Atkinson, the captain for Hong Kong 11 today, will open down the non-strikers end. It is Siegfried Way. Jack Matton to get things underway for MCC with ball in hand. Has Atkinson coming forward, drops the bottom hand off. Not a lot of movement on that one, just sort of went straight through. Matton, Atkinson, this one very wide, too wide. Umpire Shiraz Vasha slowly puts the arms out. Jack resets. Driven hard, straight back. Oh, he rolled an ankle there, I think. Hope he's okay. He has really hurt that ankle. Hopping around. Good stop, but he went down and ankle went 90 degrees on him. A little concern. Umpire and captain coming across to make sure he's okay. Hopefully he can continue on. Looks like he's okay, still reaching at that ankle. Might affect his run in. Does look very proppy. Again, putting pressure on the ankle, but seems as it warms up. Might be in the ice later on today. Hopefully not too much swelling. Oh, give it a full toss, put very high in the air. Has it got enough drift? Just one bounce over the ropes for 4. Got the full toss there, Atkinson. Hit it to the long boundary, so 1 bounce. Went very high. Shorter this time, whipped away. That's coming my way. I'll be doing the fielding for that one. 4 more. Indeed, I did do the fielding on that one. Only person down here. Took the headset off and ran across. Has moved away on him, but it didn't matter. Just found the gap. There's nobody within cooee of that one. There's only 2 on the leg side. One at backward square and one at mid-on. No, that one's been crunched as well. Has that got all the distance? Don't think it did. It did? It did. There we go. The arms go up from Umpire Vasher finishes off the over with a very sore ankle and being punished for 4-4-6 by Atkinson. Good over to start with for the Hong Kong 11. Atkinson with 14 off the bat plus the extra wide. From the pavilion end, opening the bowling for MCC will be Ryan Driver. Ryan living in Thailand, flying across for the game. He's bowling to Siegfried, seeing his first delivery of the game, and that one strays down leg. Chris Carter with the gloves on. Ryan just expecting the front foot landing area. It's getting a little dusty and some grooves dug out. That long 51 over bowling spell, plus it's the same pitch. Swing and a miss this time from Y. Yeah, there's like it's not fluttering, so I'm expecting it to be a gale force breeze. So I'm really worried how well attached that camera is, because something's causing it to jitter. Oh, that one's popped up in the air. Just talking about the camera jittering. Just trying to figure it out. There it goes again. Maybe it's got heat stroke. That one tries to cut it away, doesn't get an edge on it. We've been noticing it all day, actually, here in production. Cannot for the life of us figure out what's caused it to jitter a bit. It seems to flutter like it's in the breeze, but there's no breeze, I assure you of that. There it goes again. Driver. This time plenty of bat on ball for Siggy. Better bat on ball, but can't beat point. Pascoe there. And a tidy maiden to begin with for Ryan Driver. To 15 off the first over, nothing off the second for Hong Kong 11. And they remain 15 for no loss. Looking across, looks like Jack's okay to continue. I think he's taken the cap off at least. I don't think you'd ask him to run a marathon on that ankle, but he's going to persevere. And he comes, that's crunched our way. I'm in danger. More fielding for Aaron. Another boundary to Jamie. Getting to the point. I feel like Jamie's targeting me. That one very close to the broadcast area. That one got a shape away for Jack and gets a dot. Ends a string of boundaries off his bowling. 4-4-6-4. Jamie not playing in the KCC 11 on Friday, probably with work duties. playing today. And the MCC boys are learning how destructive he can be with the bat. Again, bang! He's watching that one sail. Oh, that's gone to the left of me for a maximum. I don't have to field that one. Sachin directing the broadcast today. His job goes to the left. We're being peppered here. Feel like I'm in danger every time Jamie winds up. It's a longer boundary than many of the pitches here at KCC. When they really move across to the other side of that AstroTurf on the left, then the swimming pool pavilion is in danger. But these are big hits from Atkinson on this centre left pitch. This time a nice full delivery, but he's going to punch it out for another boundary, another 4. Atkinson is 28 off 10. Hong Kong 11 at 29. 28 runs off the bat and 1 extra. What does Atkinson hit now? 4 4s and 2 6s in his 28. He has not scored a run by running. Two balls left of the third. Shorter one. Might have been a bit slower on that one. Work to do for young Samir. He can't cut that off as well. Boundaries continue. Atkinson up to 32. Three slips in place and a gully. None of them coming into action, but gets close that time. Gets the ball correct. Gets the dot to finish with. After 3, Hong Kong 11, 33 for no loss. This is a good nut from Jack. Can't find the edge. Atkinson 32 off 12. 51 overs in the field for Hong Kong 11. Jamie Atkinson ran end to end for most of them, and then he's gone out there and smashed 32 runs so far. Ziggy yet to get off the mark. Waiting for the fielder to get into second slip. Again, he won't beat Samir at mid-off. I think Adam caddies at cover again. Dan Pascoe at point. You can see those 3 slips on the screen, plus might be O'Neill at gully. There is Adam Caddy. The UK import for the MCC. He's going to be feeling this Hong Kong afternoon sunshine. So the other players coming in are from Singapore, Malaysia or Thailand, so they're used to it, but not sure they get much weather like this at Lord's. Drivers bowled 9 straight dot balls, make it 10. Why not being able to break loose yet? He's got an absolute paddock on the leg side. One player behind square at that 45 on the ropes and a mid-on. Driver just bowling his line and length. That time he gets it through the infield on the offside. Will get off the mark with a boundary. Another boundary to Hong Kong. 36 runs of their 37 coming in boundaries. Siggy gets in on the boundary fest. Something had to happen with all those dot balls. It's either a wicket, perhaps a boundary. Boundary comes up first. 31.4 degrees, 61% humidity out there in the middle. Hotter when the sun comes out. The clouds just coming back across now, which makes it a little bit more pleasant. Tip and run, which means Siggy will retain strike. 5 runs coming from the 4th. Hong Kong 11, 38 for no loss, requiring another 227 for victory. Jack Madden to continue from the bowling club end. First time Siggy's faced his deliveries this innings. Faced 2 full overs from Ryan Driver, and now down the striker's end from the bowling club bowler, and that is Jack Madden. Doesn't seem to be hampered by that ankle anymore. Running is a lot more smooth and fast than it was straight after the injury. Adam Caddy doing the fielding at cover. So Nigel Shroff mid-off, passes the ball across to Jack. Shorter one. Oh, he gets away with that one. Jack, as if Jamie Atkinson was down on strike. I think that one would have ended up in our broadcast area as well. Different batter, different tactics. Let the MCC fans know that Siggy can also hit very, very big. So he gets his eye in. Very destructive. Get him out early. Have a win. In the air for a little while, but 2 bounces to Adam Caddy. Now the dot balls have gone to the other end. Siegfried's faced 4 more deliveries than Jamie. Plenty of time though, that's the game. Gets the short one, and there it is. That's what we're talking about, how destructive he can be. That one, not sure how far back it's gone. Maybe a lost ball. Absolute massive maximum. Think it's gone into the jungle behind our broadcast area, so when they get in there, they're hard to find, sending in lots of reinforcements. Might need another ball. Siggy might have lost the first one of the day. The second one? Second one. I think that we lost one in the first innings as well. Umpires coming across. Might need a new ball. Jamie Atkinson, who's only faced 12 deliveries, has already called for new gloves. As you would. After smashing 32 off 12. Oh, plenty of the Hong Kong 11 team in the back there trying to locate that nice and expensive 4-piece Kookaburra red ball. But so far, no luck. It's been donated again to the KCC cricket gods. Happens quite often. Someone will find it at one point. Be a nice souvenir. Found it, but too late. Replacement ball in place. Fuller driven in the air, but straight through the gap. Beautifully timed from Siggy. He's getting in on these boundaries as well. After 5, Hong Kong 11, a 48 for no loss. Ryan Driver continuing from the pavilion end. Do believe this is the first time. He might have faced him a little bit in the last over, did he? Is this the first time Jamie's faced Ryan? I think it is. Certainly is. That was the first ball that Driver has faced. Some people behind the sight screen. Ready to go again. You can see it's good driving. Good bowling from Ryan Driver. Because even Atkinson, who was going big against Jack, has only found 2 dot balls to start with. Gets some bat on that one, I think, and it's going all the way down to the rope. Can it be stopped? It cannot. Nice stroke from Jamie, straying onto the hip from Driver. Had that player down on the ropes at the 45, but not fine enough to cut that one off. Brand new Cherry. Plenty of speed on it. Down to the park bench for another boundary. That should have brought up the 50, I believe. It did bring up the 50. Oh, and then he gets one to stay low, very low. Doesn't carry to Carter to stay low. We saw that a bit on Friday as well, where there's a little patch where you can get the ball to stay low, whether deliberate or not. Rolled his wrists over a little bit on that one and popped. Good delivery. Good comeback from straying onto the legs. One ball left in the 6th. Oh, he tries to smash that one through and cut back in a little bit on him. I was expecting it to stay the line outside off, and came back in towards middle and wrapped on the body. Only the 4 runs. Atkinson on strike. You'll take that as a win. 6 overs done. And the 50 is up for Hong Kong 11. They're 52 for no loss. Change in bowling for MCC. Jack Matten having a rest. Dan Pascoe into the attack. He bowled from the pavilion end on Friday's game, which is very rare to see from him. But today back to his traditional bowling club end. He knows where all the spots are to get the wickets. Bowling from his preferred end. He's got a deep square leg going back, just floating inside the rope. Apart from that, don't see a lot more rope protection. Very confident. 2 slips in place. And a good first delivery. Around the wicket again. Ziggy stands up on that one. See if it's the return of Dot Pascoe, the nickname he earned over the last season, in fact. Just the ridiculous amount of dot balls he does bowl, and the wickets, of course. There's 3. Another one tries to whip it away, drift outside off. Fresh airy from Ziggy. So gets the big stride forward for that one. Same result. 5 dots to start with from Dot Pascoe. That goes big on that one. Has he got enough on it? Coming around, trying to cut it off. Does fall short of the rope, but does make it over the rope for 4. Ending the string of dots. Siegfried moves to 19 and Hong Kong 11, 56 for no loss. Requiring another 209 for victory. Driver to continue from the pavilion end. Tries to punch it hard away on the leg side. Really didn't time it perfectly, but doesn't matter. He hit it with so much power. And there's nobody out there. This is the 2 on the leg side. Atkinson gets another boundary. Lost count. How many has he got now? That's his 9th boundary. Moves to 40. One thing you can't do to Jamie Atkinson is bowl short or bowl too full. That's better. Pascoe will stop it at point. Give him a full toss, it will go over the ropes, and if you drop it too short, it's likely to go over the ropes as well. And even if it's not perfectly timed, doesn't matter. Very strong man. Oh, he tried that one. That's one of the ones that stayed low, and he's just bottom edged it through the first slip. Could be the chance to get Atkinson with that little patch of the pitch that stays low. All people wandering, oblivious to the game of cricket going on. All clear now, can continue. And that's the good line and length. Not much Atkinson can do apart from straight bat it onto the offside. And again, he's got it right now. Driver racking up the dot balls. 1 remaining in the 8th. With that innings break turning into the drinks break innings break, we're going to push through to tea, which will be in pretty much 40 minutes, 39 minutes from now. And he's gone big. Pulled that away a long way out there through mid-wicket. I think that may have left the building. That may be in the children's playground. Massive 6 to finish with for Atkinson. He moves to 46 off just 24 deliveries. Thank you very much. It's his third maximum to go with 7 boundaries. Bang, off it flies. And a new ball required. 10 off the over. Hong Kong 11, 66 for none after 8. Going in at a run rate of 8.25. Dan Pascoe just rolling some changes in the field, asking Jeremy O'Neill to Jeremy O'Neill moving towards our broadcast centre, more of a forward deep square. Zips that one through. Ziggy keeps the bat high. Can Pascoe get the breakthrough? Break this partnership. Pops up on wide, but falls safely. Again, it's not far away from popping back into the hands of Dan Pascoe. Pulls that away, but hits it straight back to Dan again. Gives himself some room trying to open up the offside, but it's packed on that offside still. Still a 6-3 leg side field for Pascoe. Got mid on, 4 deep square leg and a bit of a leg gully, fly leg position. This time finds the gap. That's going to go to the boundary for 4. Been practicing it all over, and the final delivery, he delivers. Gets a 4, moves to 23, and Hong Kong 11 after 9. 70 for no loss. Driver to continue. Atkinson on strike. Looks to push it onto the offside a bit and just dribbles it back to the bowler. Atkinson 1 boundary away from his half century. Crunched hard. Well fielded by young Samir Karel. 46 runs to Atkinson. Every single one of them has come in a boundary. And that one will be as well to bring up the 50. Goes a maximum, goes up into the netting. 6 and 50 for Jamie Atkinson, the captain of Hong Kong 11 today. Wow, 52 off 27. 7 fours, that's his 4th 6. Every single one of those 52 runs have come in boundaries. Gets one right on the toes, chops it down. That's some handy fielding. I'm not sure who's there at mid-on, but it was on the half volley. And that's a good delivery. Lots of dots, just the one loose one that Atkinson will pounce on every time. More delays, there's more dawdling behind the side screen. Atkinson tries to flick that around the corner, gets nothing on it. A dot to finish with, 6 off the 10th. Hong Kong 11, 76 for no loss. They need another 189. Pascoe continuing from the bowling club end. 2 overs, none for 8. Siggy on strike on 23. Gets that nice floating left armour in. Siegfried defends. Tries to wind up big on this one, but hits it straight to Jack Madden at a deeper mid-off. This time he's going to go over the top of Jack's head. How far back does it go is the only question. 4 runs it is, down to the long boundary near the groundskeeping sheds and the scoreboard. Siggy moves to 27. So plenty of runs pile on for MCC in their batting innings. And the same again now for Hong Kong 11. And watchful, hones in on that leg stump this time, gives himself some room to get bat on ball. Oh, and zips a faster one through. Siggy can't get bat on ball. Another dot. 1 ball remaining in the 11th. Short. This time, Jamie wants the single. Will get the single. Siggy will retain the strike. 5 runs coming from the 11th. Hong Kong 11 moving to 81 for none. Needing another 184 for victory. See our first change in bowling from the pavilion end. Samir Carell coming into the attack for the MCC 11. marking out his run-up. Ziggy with that single to end the 11th. Back on strike. One slip in place. Simon Philbrook there. Ah, Ziggy has let that one go, and it has come back an absolute mile and taking the top of his off stump. The lights go up. Ziggy's got to go, and Hong Kong lose their first. They're 81 for 1. Well, I don't think Siegfried Y is going to like to go back and watch this one. Samir Carell will. That has come back in a long way with the right arm off spin. Coming out at number 3, Rishi Bhatani, the youngster for Hong Kong 11. Playing in the Kowloon Cricket Club under 15s, under 17s, whatever team he's required. Emerging young talent. Samir Carell playing for Kowloon Cricket Club himself. Plays for the Tartars. Played for lots of different teams growing up. Under 15s for Lantau. Playing some games for the Punjab Lions, the Indian Club Yodders, the Suryas. He's now at KCC. And Ash Caddy, the Director of Cricket and Captain today, gave him the nod to come and play for MCC. And what does he do with his first delivery? This misses the opener. Full, and Rishi's going to get runs off the first delivery. It's nice. It's not going to go all the way to the ropes. It hasn't got enough juice on it. Pascoe picks up. Gets 2. Gets off the mark as well. The young gun and the wise old head. Jamie Atkinson at one end, Rishi Bhatani at the other. That's a full toss and cut away nicely. Again, Pascoe has to do the work. Might keep it to a single this time and does. Atkinson back on strike. Haven't seen much of him. It's down the other end watching how much Samir Carell can get the ball to turn. Ball's only in its 12th over and Carell got it to turn that much on that first delivery. It was an absolute ripper. Hope he gets to go back and watch it on YouTube tonight. Fantastic. There he is to Jamie Atkinson. Comes down, negate any spin, crunches it hard. Puts pressure on Ash Caddy, can't get through the field though. Fielded by Ash Caddy, so a dot. He's tried to ease that one for a single behind square, but had the player in short. Keeps it to a dot. Tidy over so far from Samir. Comes down, so makes it a full toss and gets the treatment from Jamie. Doesn't worry about the youngster and his spin. Puts it on top of the netting. And that is a maximum to end the 12th. Atkinson moves to 58. Yeah, that's better. was a bit full to start with, and Atkinson saw it, so he came wandering on down, short boundary. He's put it on top of the soccer net. That's not going to happen, so we're probably going to need a replacement ball while someone goes back and fishes it out. Oh, this dribbles very closely to second slip. This will be quite the battle, quite the test for young Rishi. He'll get runs and get safely down the other end. Jamie just making sure he's happy with everything going on. Now we can... Oh, double appeal. Neither out. Good delivery from Pascoe. Beats the outside edge, has the back foot just in time. Carter and Atkinson. Carter with the gloves on for MCC, and Atkinson with bat in hand. The top wicket keepers at Kowloon Cricket Club when the two play together. The youngster Chris gets the nod, but Jamie will keep if needs be. Another one. Very close to that off stump. 2 balls remaining, and we're going to see Jamie attack. Field spread a lot further out now, deep mid wicket. Long on. Deep point as well. No one behind square though. I think that's where Jamie was aiming, but manages to get it really fine. Whether he got any bat on it, yes he did. He's aiming through square leg, but I think it was a bit quicker. Maybe Dan saw him coming and put in a faster delivery, so ended up getting it awfully fine, which meant nothing. Nobody could do anything about it. Doesn't really break the pressure when you mishit it. So, final delivery. So he comes down and he's hit it straight back at Dan. He's dropped it. Gets a life on 62. Bump ball. So no damage done. Actually went through Dan's hands and hit him in the neck. But he seems fine. Samir Carell, who took a wicket with his first delivery for the MCC 11, will continue from the pavilion end. Started with a wicket, and then Jamie at the end of the over put him onto the sun lawn. There's now 2 or 3 people trying to still recover that ball. Rishi Bhutani on strike though. Cuts it nicely, but straight to Pascoe at point. And pretty much rinse and repeat. Similar result. And he's got straight through and he's got his second. Gets it to spin in again. The finger goes up from Samir as he gets his second. All the wickets taken so far for Hong Kong 11 have been taken by MCC's Samir Karel. He bowls Rishi Bhattani for 4. This one didn't spin as violently as the first one to Siegfried Y, but it still spun enough to get through the gate. Oh, it's beautiful bowling. Two for 9 off just 9 deliveries. And Roy Lamsam coming to the crease at number 4 to join the captain, Jamie Atkinson. These two will want to stick around until the drinks, well, the tea break, I should say. Still some discussion on whether that's 3:30 or 3:40, possibly 3:45, depending on timings. Samir Karel with 2 for 9 off 9 deliveries. Roy Lamsam out to the middle. Appeal for LBW, but it looked like he got bat on it. Might be wiser to put the helmet on and stick somebody in close like Tom Ingram did for MCC in the Friday game, but nobody interested yet. Long way forward. One hitting outside the line. Samir's up and about. Could this be our first wicket maiden of the day? It certainly can be. A wicket maiden to Samir Karel, and MCC ends the 14th at 95 for 2. Hong Kong 11 acquiring another 170 for victory. The Dan Pascoe, Jamie Atkinson battle will continue from the bowling club end. Got a fluky 4 off Pascoe last over. That's not so fluky, but can't beat, I think it's Adam Caddy. It's one of the caddies. They're both next to each other. That one was Adam. Passed it to Ash. Tries to smash that one out. Picks out Ashley Caddy this time. Shadow's getting longer. 3:25 p.m. Some of the ground will start getting into the building shadows shortly. That's a big appeal. And no. Going to be very tough to make a decision on that angle. Almost looks like it's hit him in the abs. Comes down the pitch this time. They do have a long off in place, but it's timed to perfection. Gets the boundary, breaks the pressure this time. Another boundary for Atkinson. Dan Pascoe. Not Dan Pascoe. Jamie Atkinson has played 28 dot balls now. And everything that wasn't a dot ball in his 42 faced has been a boundary. He's not scored a single, a two or a three. He's scored 66 runs in boundaries. 66 off 14 balls, and the rest dots. That one's not going to be a boundary. This might be the end of all the boundaries for his runs. Thought about a single, not going to happen. There it is. Atkinson finds a single to end off the 15th. That brings up the 100 for the Hong Kong 11. They're 100 for 2 after 15, needing another 165 for victory. There is a helmet being run out, so perhaps somebody who's listening in to our commentary feel like they're going to put in a silly mid-on for Samir Carell. Be wise to. Saw Lamsam popping it up, occasionally coming forward. Not at the moment. Helmet's been put behind the keeper. You can see on screen. Atkinson, who the last time he faced Samir Carell, smashed him for 6 over his head. He's on strike. Comes down again, does exactly the same thing. Pretty much in the same spot. A little bit further to the left. That one's gone. Another maximum to Jamie. He moves to 72. 73. Of course, we've got to remember that one single that he took at the end of the last over. 72 runs in boundaries, one single for his 73. Some discussion on whether the ball can be found. The ball cannot be found. Another ball required. I think we got the one back from the Sun lawn that he hit off Carell his previous over. Yet to make it back to... It is in the box, actually. It might be the ball we're using now. Just keep repeating and rinsing. And repeating and rinsing and repeating. And Jamie just goes bang again. Another maximum in the books. 6-6 to start the over. Samir Carell would have been feeling on top of the world after 9 deliveries of this spell. He had 2 for 9. Then he's coming up against a very aggressive Jamie Atkinson, who just whips that one away too. It's a matter, that's a maximum as well. A hat trick of 6s to start the over. Computer can't keep up. We're in the replay of the other one. There it is. Now we're back live. What happens this time? Oh, he's hit it in the air, picked the gap between 2. No, getting around, picking it up one-handedly, very nicely. I think that's Warren Miller down there. Oh, I don't think Roy knew much about that one. He will get off the mark with a single. 1 ball remaining in the 16th. Now, rare dot ball this over. Lots of runs flowing for Hong Kong 11. 20 off the over. They're now 120 for 2 after 16, requiring another 145. It's been quite the session. We're not quite at the tea break yet. Pascoe to continue. Lamsam on strike. Only faced 4 deliveries and the partnership's already up to 25. This will be an important little segment here. Pascoe looking to get a wicket as well. And the Hong Kong 11 just looking to get through to the tea break. Possibly 7 minutes time, maybe 12. In close catching now. Oh, that has been a big thick edge between first and second slip. And goes to the boundary. Another lucky one for Roy. He moves to 5. Not going to die wondering on that one. Look at disgust. That's Simon Philbrook down there in first slip. And this one's more watchful from Lamsam. Racking up the dots. 1 ball remaining in the 17th. Pushes it hard but straight to Ash Caddy at mid-on and finishes off with just the 4 runs. 17 done. Hong Kong 11, 124 for 2, needing another 141 for victory. Samir Krell to continue from the pavilion end, just waiting on some people behind the sight screen again. Jamie Atkinson on strike. Kind of ruined his figures last over. He was 2 for 9, now he's 2 for 29 off 3. And he's given that one a short one, and he's put that into the trees over on mid-wicket, another maximum. Back live, comes down, goes for another 6. He can't put it anywhere at the moment. Atkinson's just chasing him and putting him out of the ground. A tough test for Samir. Atkinson on 98 of 50 deliveries. That was his 10th 6. Faster. This one's crunched away, but Pascoe's waiting out here at deep point near our commentary position. So just a single. Atkinson moves to 99. Lamsam back on strike. 3 balls remaining. Samir Carell will be very happy to see Atkinson down the non-striker's end. And they put the pressure on Lamsam, just like I was thinking they should. The silly mid-ons come into place. Helmet on. Slip and leg slip. Good turn. Lamsam allowing Carell to hit the pitch and let it turn. Atkinson not allowing that at all. Short, faster. The man at silly mid-on was in danger. In the end, just hits it straight to square leg for a dot. Oh, and that's a good delivery. Got an edge. Went past the shin of Chris Carter. Lamsam will retain strike. Another good over for the Hong Kong 11. 14 coming from it. They're 138 for 2, needing another 127. That leaves Atkinson down the non-striker's end again on 99. Lamsam holding the strike. If we're taking tea at 340, which I assume we are, this will be the last over. If we're not, we'll probably get one more in. Pascoe just signalling what he wanted the ball to do. Still a dot. Six dots in a row for Pascoe, including 5 in the previous over. That one's going straight to Jack Madden at mid-off. Keeping the silly mid-off in place. Two slips, one off screen. Hit straight back to Dan. Racing through the over again. Been a good session for Hong Kong 11. Over the halfway mark of this run chase now. Obviously, almost entirely on the back of the bat of Jamie Atkinson on 99. Still got batting to come. Jason Loy's got the pads on. He scored a 250 or something here. 150 here one day, what I was calling a game against the Infidels. Oh, that was a very close lead from Roy Lamsam. But he survives. And we're going into the tea break with Hong Kong 11, 138 for 2. They need another 127 for victory. Quick look at the batting and bowling cards before we go to the tea break. Atkinson opening the batting. Not out on 99. He scored 9 fours and 10 sixes in that 99. Awesome display of power. Siegfried Way was going well until he was bowled by an absolute peach from Samir Karel, who also got Bhutani with a similar delivery. Roy Lamsam still out there in the middle. Bowling for MCC. All the wickets to Samir Karel, but also copying some stick from Jamie Atkinson. He's got 2 for 43 off 4. We're going to take the tea break. Join us in 20 minutes' time for the final session of this exciting, historic MCC outmatch between the MCC and Hong Kong 11.
camera.
Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for the final session of this historic MCC outmatch. It's MCC versus the Hong Kong 11, and the Hong Kong 11 going along very nicely. MCC declaring on 5 for 264. And at the moment, over the halfway there for the Hong Kong 11. Almost in place. Jack Matten is going to have the ball in hand from the pavilion end. Driven hard, 4 runs. That's the 100 up for Jamie Atkinson. Went into the tea break at 99 and starts with the first ball. Beautiful drive through extra cover. What a 100 it's been. That's his 20th boundary. 10 fours, 10 sixes. And then 3 other runs. He's got 100 in boundaries. Short this time. That's dispatched. That's going to be a 6 as well. Hong Kong 11 on the back of the captain, Jamie Atkinson. Wow, we need another ball. The umpire asked me at the tea break, how long do you reckon it'll take before we lose this ball? That was the ball that just got dispatched, and it took 2 balls to lose the next ball. Not even 20 overs done. Hong Kong 11 now 148 for 2. Now we'll say Jack Matten, I talked to him in the tea break, and that ankle that injury he did earlier is real bad, so he's doing all he can just to bowl this over. Captain Ash Caddy wanted 1 over from someone from the pavilion end so he can rotate the bowlers through. And it's been given to Jack. You can see he's favouring one leg. Said it's blowing up already. Of course, the 20-minute tea break wouldn't have helped either. Rested and cooled down. More kids behind the side screen, so Jamie's not interested at all until they move out of the way. And they have. And that one's been dispatched over the back of square leg as well. Don't think we'll lose that one, but it's been 4-6.6. Well, Jamie's looking for an early shower, it looks like. It's been a long time, 51 overs in the field for the Hong Kong 11. No interest in spending 51 overs out there with the bat. It's Atkinson. Moves to 115. Still 2 balls remaining in the 20th. 150 brought up with that maximum. Well, they're still struggling to find that ball, so they have found the ball, and they're keeping a spare this time. As Jack gets the ball back, 154 inside 20. Current run rate just a tick under 8. Gets a short one, crunches that one, keeps it down this time, 4 runs. 20 off the over, still 1 ball remaining. Jack Matten will be glad to go and have a rest after this over. He very likely won't be bowling the next one. He's got the injury, and this is a tactical move by MCC, wanting to, I'd guess, bring Pascoe down to the pavilion end where Jack's bowling from, and move Samir Carell to the bowling club end. We'll see next over. He's hit that beautifully. He's not going to get 4 out of it. He's picked out Caddy at long off, though. What he will do is retain the strike, and another brilliant over for the Hong Kong 11. 21 runs coming from it. After 20, they're 159 for 2, and they need 106 from here on out. Now, this is a timed game, so we can't give you the runs per over required. When we tick over 4:30 p.m, there will be 1 more hour of cricket. The option of playing 20 overs from the 4:30 p.m. time. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure at the moment if this continues. We'll get anywhere near 5:30 p.m. Nigel Shroff will be the man to take the ball from the bowling club end. Scored a century today out there in the heat. Great job for the MCC. Now he's got to try to break this partnership. Well, it's not really a partnership. It's an Atkinson with guests. Partnership is 64. Roy Lamsam has scored 6. And watchful to start with from Atkinson. Got a forward, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long off in place, backward square leg on the ropes. Nothing out over cover though. Goes very straight, but that long off will come in and pick up. That's Warren Miller down there. Rare single to Atkinson, moves to 121. I think that's his 4th single. Fifth single out of his entire total, the rest in boundaries. Just outrageous. Now Roy Lamsam, 6 runs in a 65-run partnership. He's on strike. He's going to get a single on the leg side, rotate the strike back. Everybody moves back, including long on now. A lot of players on the ropes. So he cuts that one. 3 backward point for 4 more. They're going to put everyone on the ropes on the leg side. He's just going to pick out a gap on the offside. Couple of stumps outside off, just gives himself some room. Oh, that one's got a bit of bottom hand, but he's not tried to overhit it, so it just dribbles to mid-wicket and gets a single. And just a dot to finish. What for the MCC, it's been a quiet over, only the 7 runs coming from it. 21 done. Hong Kong 11, 166 for 2. They need 99 more runs for victory. As I suggested, Pascoe being rotated down to the pavilion end. Been able to tie up Atkinson more so than Samir Carell. Comes down to Pascoe. Might have seen him coming, so he drops it in a little bit shorter. Gets the single out to mid-wicket. Atkinson's 7th single in a 127-run innings. Now they're bringing lots of fielders in close for Roy Lamsam against Pascoe. It's a good decision. Not only did Roy have to be out in the field for 51 overs, he also bowled plenty of overs, and he's not feeling the best. Bit under the weather. Cold or flu symptoms setting in. But he's gone out to bat, try to get the job done for the Hong Kong 11. That's a good ball and well played. Dot Pascoe returns. Pascoe to Lamsam. Oh, a good delivery. It's a cavalcade of people walking behind and around the side screen. Slowing down the over 8. And leading edge along the ground. Another dot. Right, finish this over off. Pascoe to Roy. Shoulders, arms, leaves it alone. 1 run coming from the 22nd. Hong Kong 11, 167 for 2. Trough to continue from the bowling club end. Reasonably tidy first over, none for 7. Atkinson on strike on 127. And that one's gone up in the air. It's a chance of a catch getting underneath it. Oh, it's been bobbled down here on the ropes. Atkinson gets alive on 127. That one trying to clear the ropes with the longer boundary towards the swimming pool, and didn't get all of it. Atkinson. The man that bobbled the catch Samir Carell comes in. He's got both the wickets for the MCC side today. Could have been 2 wickets and a catch. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Brings Atkinson back on strike. A shorter one. This one gets to the boundary just as well. Just one bounce. Over the ropes for 4. Chancing his arm again, Atkinson. His fielders are plenty out here on the ropes waiting for a catch. This time he goes straight where there is a gap. Oh, there was one of the ground staff there was in imminent danger sitting on one of the tractors. That's what happens when Atkinson gets a life. Put on 10 extra runs. Back live. Whips that behind square. Work for Adam Caddy to do. Keeps it to a single. Atkinson will retain strike. 23 done. Hong Kong 11, 180 for 2. Now they need just 85 runs for victory. Dan Pascoe to continue into his 9th over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 28 yet. Atkinson on strike, given a life on 127. He's now on 139. Almost caught again. Same position, same fielder. A little bit of a misjudge from Samir. Meant he got the 4 last over. This time it's not going to be 4. That's going to go all the way. There's some people walking in danger this time. It just hits the top of the netting. Another maximum. Atkinson moves to 145. Comes down again. He doesn't got all of this. There's work to do. Looks like Ash Caddy, but he's too far around to get there. Atkinson has decided this is it. I'm going to go for it. It's in the air. It's either going over the ropes or try to catch me at the moment. He's finding the gaps or getting a little bit of luck. Can do that on 146 off 69 deliveries. Be a tired man at work tomorrow, that's for sure. Roy hits hard. Straight back to Pascoe though. Safe hands, especially off his own bowling, of course. More dots. Two balls remaining in the 24th. Ooh, imminent danger for the silly mid-off. That's racing away for a boundary. Now Lamsab gets the 4. Base of action taken in close. Picked the gap nicely in the end. Lamsab moves to 12. 11 runs off the over, 1 ball remaining. Shoulders, arms as it spins away. Got some grip and rip on that one. Pascoe with the left arm. A good one again for the Hong Kong 11. They move to 191 for 2. They need 74 more runs. They have plenty of time to do it in. maximum of 20 overs from 4:30 p.m. onwards, which is 6 minutes away. So current run rate, they're going to do it in 10 overs. Shroff to continue from the bowling club end. 2 overs, none for 20. Bowling to Atkinson. Just shuffles the feet out of the way and makes the 2 fielders do some work as they're going to come back for 2. Two it is. Atkinson moves to 148. It's this in the air as well. Work to do in the outfield. Can get around. Does get around, but they're going to come back for 2. And that will bring up Atkinson's 150. 150 off 71 deliveries, including 13 fours, 14 sixes. Captain's knock from Jamie Atkinson for the Hong Kong 11. Also brings up the 100 partnership between these two with Roy Lam Sum on 12. Oh, I think he might have just got away with that one a little bit, Nigel. A bit shorter this time. Maybe some tired arms from Atkinson. Managed to pick out Ash Caddy and a whitish mid-off. This time goes over the top of cover's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the training nets for 4. This time, over the top. They've pushed cover back now. A bit of ball chasing. Oh, he's tried to absolutely clobber that one. Rolled the wrists on it, down into the dirt. Straight back to Nigel. Thought that Nigel Shroff's century in the first innings pretty much guaranteed him the Player of the Match award, but Atkinson's got other ideas. What he's going to do there is just take the single to retain strike. Another 9 runs coming from that over. Brings up the 200 for the Hong Kong 11, meaning they need exactly 65 more runs for victory. 264 for 5 in 51 overs for the MCC 11. The Hong Kong 11 are going to try to chase that down, and not much over half the time. Pascoe continuing into his 10th over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39. They've pushed long off back. They're pushing that 45 behind square on the leg side back onto the ropes. They've got deep point, deep mid wicket, long on. Doesn't matter, that's going to go over the clock tower for another maximum. That is Atkinson's 15th maximum. Back live. He hasn't got all of that, but he's picked the gap. 1 bounce for 4. 6, 4. Jamie really in a rush to finish this game off. Will only start the timer after this over. Down to 55 runs required. Going through them so quick, we haven't got time to show the replays because Pascoe's back in place. Atkinson's ready. That's gone straight up in the air. This should be the wicket of Atkinson on 165. Pascoe wants it himself, but can't get there. Angry at himself. He ran a long way though. 15, 20 metres trying to get to that one as it went up in the air. Atkinson continues to live a charmed life. Basically ran off the screen there. Did Pascoe trying to get that catch near where Samir Carell is now wandering. Another single to Atkinson. He moves to 166. Lamson back on strike. 12 out of a partnership of 116. No offence to Roy. He's playing well. He's just not faced many balls, and Atkinson has been smashing it. Pretty much that's all Roy needs to do for the rest of the match. All right, he's going to take a single. Means Jamie will face the final delivery of the 26th over. Should bring us into the timed part of the game. Really, I don't think it's going to be much of a factor unless Atkinson goes, and Jason Loy coming in next at number 5 also falls cheaply. Then it might be game on. Pascoe almost with a chance this over for a caught and bowled off Atkinson. He just decides to come down and smash that one for 6 as well to finish off the over. 18 runs coming off that Pascoe over, his 10th. And Hong Kong 11, 218 for 2, requiring 47. Got the runs required under 50 now. There's the signal from the umpires to say 4:30 has arrived, 20 overs available. Don't think that's going to be an issue. Just for argument's sake, we're going to log the final 20 overs remaining. Should be able to pop up on your screen then saying the runs required and the run rate required. Nigel Shroff continuing from the bowling club end. Lamson on strike. Right on the target, right on the money there from Shroff. Drive straight, can't beat the field. Stands up on that one. That's a dot. Starting with some dots. This over, tidy from Nigel. A little fuller this time. They're going to run on the throw. They get through safely. 1 to Shroff. Oh, Atkinson was trying to put that out of the park, and it has just gone over the top of the bails of middle and off stump. That's why you're getting that look from Nigel. He's like, just missed the top of the stumps. Carter probably expecting it to kick up off the bails. Just didn't. Went straight through. 4 byes. Good runs for Hong Kong 11 as they're cruising. This was a tight over. This time, bat on ball, plenty of protection, but he's hit it very straight. That's not going to get cut off, is it? Oh, it is. A bit of fancy footwork down there. Simon Philbrook, perhaps. Learning the MCC players' names by the time the game's over. There's only 2 out matches being played here. The first 2 ever in Asia for the MCC. So glad that they can come along. 27 overs done. Hong Kong 11, 224 for 2, needing 41 more. I assure you that the run rate required is more than 0, as it said on screen. But it should update. .17, I'm being told by the math. 2.17 required by the Hong Kong 11, by my genius maths director-producer, Sachin. Always trust his maths. I could just use my phone, but I didn't. Atkinson on strike. Pascoe continuing his battle with him. Almost got the wicket last over. And that's in the air for a long time, but there's no one there in extra cover. One bounce over the ropes for 4 more to Atkinson. Does he have enough runs left to get to his double century? He does. Well, could we possibly see a double century win this game when only 265 runs were required? That would be outrageous. But it's possible. He needs 23 more. There's 37 available. And Pascoe gets that one to get through. Atkinson came a long way across, but couldn't get bat on ball. He's trying to target. Between cow corner and deep square leg, there's that gap in front of the training nets as they push Samir back to deep extra cover. And that last 4 went. Full. Goes the reverse. Oh, that's outrageous as well. Just whipped that around. Another boundary. Jamie Atkinson. His parents are down here watching the game today. They're up on the top tier of the swimming pool pavilion, and they have been given an absolute display of batting by their son. Just outrageous. They don't know where to put the field now because Jamie's just pulling out all the tricks. He's moved to 181. 33 runs required for Hong Kong 11. And that one's going to be a maximum. That's going flying over the top of Caddy's head. And another one in the books. Atkinson moves to 187. He needs 13 more to get to his double century. He walks down the pitch here. He's hit it straight, but Jack Maiden down there with the sore ankle keeps it to a single. Atkinson will retain strike, however. 1 ball remaining, I should say, before the end of the over. So they bring everyone back in, trying to get this wicket. They can't get Atkinson. They're trying to get Lamsam. But at the moment, it's almost worthwhile giving him a single. He's not going to take it though. He'll take the dot ball. 15 runs coming from the 28th. Hong Kong 11 moved to 239 for 2. 26 runs required. Atkinson requiring 12 more for his double century. He was dropped on 126. Shroff to continue. And a good first up ball, toiling away after his century today. .103 not out for Shroff. Been eclipsed though today by Atkinson. watch this replay because I was looking at the scoreboard to see what Schroff had scored earlier, and all of a sudden there's another boundary in the books. Oh, that's outrageous as well. He's hit that from 3 stumps outside off down the fine leg. This could be the wicket coming in. No, that one's going to fall safely as well. Chip shot for a single. He moves to 193 with 21 runs available. Either they get Atkinson's wicket or he's getting a double century. That's my pick. I think the double century's a very good chance. 193 off 89. Is Roy going to dot it out? 2 balls remaining. Tries to guide it. Atkinson's interested in a single. Oh, he's like, wait down that other end. I'll dot this one out and then you can attack, get your double century next over. Dotted out he will. 5 runs off the over. 29 done. 17 overs available. 21 runs required. Jamie Atkinson will be on strike on 193. Just joining us. He's hit 18 fours and 17 sixes. Masjidis Sachin, just giving me the numbers. 17 runs out of his 193 have not come in boundaries. 17. 19, I'm being told, which would mean 174 have come in boundaries. He's 7 away from his double century, and Samir Karel is back into the attack. Only going to be a single. Jamie did some damage to Samir's figures in his first spell. He took 2 wickets with 2 absolute beautiful balls. That's the 150 partnership up, of which Atkinson has scored 132 of. And everybody else coming in now. Roy with on strike. Still 5 balls remaining. Gives him a full toss to start with, and you can't do that. Even if he's trying to dot it out a little bit, Roy's going to punish that one. And now watchful, still getting it to turn in. Corral. Those 2 wickets he got really gripped and ripped. He found the right spot and just first one, Siegfried Way just had no idea what was happening. Lamsom just watches that one onto the bat as it spins. What Atkinson did was not let it spin. Just kept coming down the crease until he got it on the full and smacked him for lots of sixes. It's kind of what Roy was trying there, but dropped on him right at the last moment, so only a dot to mid-on. And still 16 runs available. Atkinson wants 6 of them. Another full toss, so that's going to get the treatment. That might be going all the way. Yes, it is. So now there's only 10 runs available as Roy hits 10 off that over. 11 in total for the Hong Kong 11. They're 255 for 2. They need 10 runs. Atkinson needs 6 of them for his double century. Another full toss. And you just can't bowl them to Roy Lamsam. Looks like Nigel Shroff has been given the duties again from the bowling club end. Starts with a dot. Ten runs to get, 6 to get. His double century. It's just crazy numbers from Atkinson today. And he just lofts it up over the bowler's head. I'll take a single. Oh, he's going to make it tight. He moves to 195. 9 runs to win. 4 balls remaining. Lamsam on strike. They bring everybody in. So singles are going to be tough. He can hit the boundaries. There's his gaps. Maybe over the top of cover. Getting the ball to still shape back in there. Nigel Shroff. Into the 31st over. It was a long hot bat for the MCC 11 today. Batted 51 overs for their 264. Hong Kong 11 not interested at all at taking that long. They can't now anyway. The 20 over timer's ticking. Maximum of 15 overs after this one. That's all academic. Hong Kong 11 are going to get there. It's just a matter of when. It's a full one, but can't beat the field on the leg side. Looks towards square leg and goes, maybe that's where I should have aimed that one. Another dot ball, 1 single coming from the 31st. Hong Kong 11, 256 for 2. Here we go. Samir Carell to Jamie Atkinson on 195. Pulled away behind square. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. Another single. He moves to 196 with 8 runs required for victory. Samir Carell would dearly love to get the wicket of Jamie Atkinson before this game ends because he was the one that dropped him on 126. And he's got Roy Lamsam on strike now. Roy is guiding it through gully, so they will get through for a single and bring Atkinson back down on strike. Atkinson needs just a 4 to get his 200. His side, which he is captaining today, requires 7 for victory. 6 would tie the game with 8 wickets in hand. Gets a full toss. Oh, he got very lucky there. Only going to be the single. Moves to 197. Looks like he's going to grind it out in singles if they take a single each from here. That'd be very, very close. Might get the final run of the game. Dotting that one out to finish off the over. Atkinson 197. His team 259, just 6 runs away from victory. Atkinson will be on strike. Are they going to give the ball to Pascoe? They are. Dan Pascoe's going to come on from the bowling club end. What could well be the final over. Can he get a wicket? Can he get the wicket of Jamie Atkinson? He's toiled away all day today. Got close at one point with a caught and bowled just outside of his grasp. Here it is, the two experienced heads of Kowloon Cricket Club. Dan Pascoe bowling to Jamie Atkinson on 197. His team needing just 6 more runs for a big victory over MCC today. Comes down the wicket. Has he got enough on it? Has he got enough on it? It's gone all the way for 6. He wins the game. He gets his double century. Jamie Atkinson, 203 off 95 deliveries. That's the game. 18 fours, 18 sixes. Atkinson with the majority of the runs for the Hong Kong 11 today, guiding his team to victory. 265 for 2 after 32.1 overs. Big, big win for the Hong Kong 11 in this MCC outmatch. Game 2 of 2 here at Kowloon Cricket Club. MCC taking victory against KCC on Friday. Today, it's the Hong Kong 11, made up of players from all around Hong Kong and the different teams and leagues. They get an 8-wicket victory on the back of the captain, Jamie Atkinson, 203 off 95 deliveries. Have a quick look at the batting and bowling card before we wrap this broadcast up. And there's the batting, 2 wickets. They were beautiful wickets off the bowling of Samir, but Atkinson, as I said, 18 fours, 18 sixes at a strike rate of over 200. Wins the game with a maximum. And Lamsam at the end, it's a 170 run partnership, which he scored 25 of. Fantastic effort at the other end. Tough day in the field for the bowling team MCC, with only Samir Carell getting the wickets. Everyone else chipping in, but unable to get any wickets. Jamie Atkinson getting a round of applause as he exits the game. Not out, 203. There we have it. The 2 MCC outmatches are complete here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Thanks for joining me, Aaron Bush. Join us next Sunday on KCC YouTube for the huge Cricket Hong Kong Sunday Elite Division 1 final. It is the Templars from KCC against Hong Kong Cricket Club Scorpions. Join me then from 10 a.m. Until then, Aaron Bush signing off.